I actually found out that I was muted from last time. And now I am unmuted. I am no longer muted. Do we know who numeral 9 is? I don't think we do. I think that's the one person we don't know anything about. I think Rinka has a card. But, I don't think we know who actually is like who it is. I think we have a cause. We have like I think we have the regret. I'm gonna use this picture. Yeah. This will be fun. Humongous sus. Should I play the song? It's not gonna be this. Actually, let me see. Will it show up? I'll play it and hope I don't get got. For a second. And the reason why I chose this for the title is because I was looking at the summary, and Shigetsugu died last time, and we found out that numeral 4's name was Yu. Now watch him Yu crank that soldier, watch him Yu crank. So I decided I would call it Yu Sansan after the song, because it was a really bad pun. You crank that fatal 12 and you Grinkov in this death game. Watch her as she plays Amogus. Watch her find out who killed Colonel Mustard in the Arboretum with the candlestick. Now watch her you. Bawa. What is that? Oh. I need to check the Nikkei popularity thing. I haven't been doing it. Apparently we have mid-season results. I think it started like last week, and I just have not been paying attention to it. But I gotta check out that stuff. I thought it happened later, when they were closer to the anniversary. But I guess they tallied all this stuff up and then announced it at anniversary. It's gonna be so sad because, well, I say so sad. It's gonna be so sad when it ends up, Rappy's got like all the votes right now, but it's gonna be really sad because Cinderella's like right behind her. So like I guarantee what's gonna happen is we're gonna have like the Cinderella sweep, and like Old Tails is gonna win the best event thing. She's gonna win the first place to get a I mean, it doesn't really matter. The top 5 characters. Actually, I think the winner gets the outfit. The top 5 all get like frames or something like that. But I feel like we're gonna have a Cinderella sweep, and like, not gonna lie, not a huge fan. I get why people maybe want like Cinderella to win, because she'll get a new skin separate from her gacha skin, so it'll be free. So I'm sure like the Cinderella fans who didn't buy the skin want that to happen. On the other hand, Rappy does not have a skin at all. Rappy Red Hood does not have a skin at all. But it is still a significant deviation from her original design. So I don't know how to feel about that. Um, yeah. Ta-da. Let me go into studio mode so I can change something real quick. Studio mode really is useful. I don't really use it a lot, but it is very useful. Maintenance. It's not on maintenance right now though, so we're still good. Is maintenance shouldn't start until solo raid ends, so I think I still got some time. Turn off instant replay as well. I don't need that for Nikkei. Are we gonna time this right? No, we're gonna have a little bit of downtime after the song is over with the ads, but it'll be okay. We'll just move over here now. I'm not really doing anything. Hello. Oh, it is capturing. How convenient. I guess the last thing we had up on here was Nikkei. Is that what it was? What is this music? Oh, it's music from Fatal 12. I was like, what is this? It's Fatal 12 music. Hello, Nikkei? You good? You good? I'm just gonna check. I've already done all of my Nikkei stuff before reset, so I just want to check the voting thing. And I have Fatal 12 already launched and everything. So I just got to resize that window since I think the the browser thing got, or not the browser, I think the capture got messed up because game capture wasn't working, and I had to use the window capture and resize it. So we'll have to get that fixed. But if Nikki wants to load so I can look at the voting, that'd be cool. You know, it still kind of has like really annoying um like login stuff. Fire Emblem Heroes. Actually, oh, it started today. Okay, so it goes on for, it did start today. Cool. Let me do this so you can see. Actually, I don't even know if I tap to enter this. I don't even think you'll be able to see what I see. Yeah, it doesn't actually, because this I guess is technically a different window. So it doesn't even like show what it is. Um, can I change what it's looking at? No. Can I change? Okay. Do I have like a game window that it can capture like this? Oh, it's that's the really small, but that works. Okay. What's special voting? Okay, so the top one gets a new costume and a new theme song. Oh yeah, that was costumes, wasn't it, for Red Hood? And then the top three get special art, and then the top five get in-game avatars. So we have a vote, vote share, daily first vote. Okay. Is this the previous ones? Yeah, Moderni and Red Hood can't win. Raffi's ahead right now. I don't think she's gonna stay ahead. I feel like we're gonna get. Let me make this bigger. I feel like we're gonna get a Cinderella sweep. Um, but is that? No, I think we still have some dead space on the side. Are we clipping? We are clipping a little bit. It's really hard to like move these windows since I need to turn off the snapping. Yeah, that's got a tiny bit in the corner that's going off. It's really hard. I don't know why it's so hard to resize things in OBS. It's still clicking a little bit. I think part of it is it's really hard to see like where exactly the corners go because you get like the little boxes in the corners to grab. So it ends up making it really hard. Oh, right. Okay, let me move this over here. I just moved OBS into my main monitor so I can get a better view of it. It's a little bit bigger. Um, there we go. The snapping isn't nearly as bad over here. Oh, that's even worse than it was before. Um, Can I turn off the snapping? Is that something I can turn off here? This is sources, this is general appearance, enable. I'm gonna turn off the snapping. I really don't like it. It's not very helpful. Okay, there we go. Now this is sized. For this specific uh Nikkei browser source and none of the other stuff that I will then have to resize and change. Okay, so we got Crown, Dorothy and Scarlet still in here. People coping. Um, Find my Nikkei. Okay, so we have Rappy and Cinderella. I'm not voting for either one of them. I'm not gonna vote for. Let's see who we got here. These are by vote. I'm not voting for Helm. She has a skin and a gotcha skin. I'm not voting for Alice. I'm not gonna vote for Viper. She has two skin. I don't like how this scrolls. How is this scrolling? Wait. Oh, it's like going for like the whole thing. So it skips over Blanc, Bredy, and D when you scroll down. I really don't like that. Can I use my arrow key? I can't. I gotta use the scroll bar or I gotta use my mouse. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna vote for Helm. I might vote for Anise and Neon. I'm not gonna vote for Blanc. I'm not gonna vote for Bredy. I'm not gonna vote for D. I'm not gonna vote for Viper or Gray. I might vote for Grave. The problem is, what I want for. Why is it not letting me? Why is it doing this? Why are you like this? Why are you like this game? Okay, I guess I just have to see that they're just gonna skip over them at the bottom. I'm not gonna vote for Grave because I just want Grave in her story suit. Naga, I'm not voting for maids. I'm not voting for more Naga. They have skins. Hmm. Tia has two skins. Um, I don't know. I kind of want to vote for Senti as a skin. And I gotta watch out here on the top too, I guess. I probably should just do this and just hold down my mouse the entire time and then search for the Nikkei at the end. I kind of want to vote for Diesel. She has a lot of skins though. Hmm. Who do I want a skin for? Biscuit just got a really good skin. Sugar has a good skin. I'm hungry. um, you know what? Where is she? Where is she? She at the top? She's at the top, like she should be. Soldier EG. No, I'm gonna vote for. I don't really want any of these top characters to get skins, I'll be honest. I don't really want a Rappy skin. I don't really want a Cinderella skin. I don't really want a Crown skin. Crown, Cinderella, Dorothy, and Scarlet all have skins already. Scarlet Black Shadow. Scarlet doesn't. Just don't use Scarlet. I want a character I'm actually gonna use to have a skin. I do use Rappy. Hmm. Viper has a skin already. She's been really clutch to this solo raid. Um Snow White has a skin. I could toss a vote for normal Rappy. Leader has a cool skin that we're getting a rerun for. Um, the sunflower one. That's nice. A Drake skin would be pretty cool. Drake already has a skin though. I don't know. I feel like a Drake skin would be pretty cool. I'm gonna vote for Drake. We're gonna do one vote for Drake, and then we're gonna toss a vote for Anise, and then I'm gonna split my votes. I know some people don't like in Faye. I like splitting the votes, and well, in Faye I'll vote for all on one character. Um, and then we're gonna toss two votes to Soldier EG, and then we've got one last one. So Who should our last vote go to? I think our last vote should go to Diesel, even though she already has like 15 skins. And then for special voting, best NPC, 6000D, Anderson, Angelina, Avistar. I like how Avistar. Wait, does that mean that What's Her Face is also an NPC in here? If Avistar is in here, does that mean that What's Her Face is in here too? Where is she? Lumi, Nadia, Pine, the puppies, Papillion, Reptilian, or is it Reptilian? It is Reptilian, but this is Papillion. Papillon. Rome's a homie. Uni Chimera. Where's what's her face? I must have missed her. Wait, I think I saw her in here. A Irie? A Yeri? Okay, anyway, this doesn't matter because we all know Beatrice is a Poggers NPC. The dog is funny. Chloe was pretty funny. But no, we all know that as much as I'd love to vote for somebody like Deep or Frisia or like Johan or something, right? Or like, is she even in here? Is oh, Wendy's in here or Uni Chimera would be pretty cool. But as much as I'd love to vote for somebody like Sarah or Rio or um Lily Weiss is in here, so she has to be in here. Um Somebody like Deep or Lily Weiss or Frisia or something like that. If she's not in here, why isn't is she? Is that because she might be coming up soon then? Because Hansel and Gretel are here. Did I just miss it? We got Beatrice, Consigliere, Deep, Drilly, Dobon, Enoch, Frisia, Fragile, Gretel, Hammering. So there's Gretel and Hansel. There's GN. There's Liberalia. There's Lily Weiss. There's Red Shoes. There's Rose. There's Shifty. Oh, that's interesting. So Siren isn't in here unless I'm blind. Because she would either be in Little Mermaid or Siren. She's not in here. So maybe that means we're getting Siren as our anniversary pilgrim. I hope we are. Anyway, I'm voting for EH because she's Pog. Yeah, we're voting for EH. And then I like downloading these. EH 2.5 Annie. Cool. And then we're gonna vote for my characters: Drake, Anise, Soldier AG, and Diesel. And I'm also once again, I'm just gonna choose this. Wait, why does this show up? Oh, because I voted for Iju twice. That's funny. 2.5 Annie popularity votes. Cool. And that is it. Okay. Anyway, did it give me my things? I got my things. Nice. Anyway, I'm just gonna claim my outpost thing because it's probably gonna overcap and I want to prevent that. But we'll get Fatal 12. What happens if I do this? Oh, it's big and not correct. Is this correct? It is. Okay, yeah. So we've got 1 day left. I've dropped down a bit. I'm just gonna do the teams. We're not actually gonna play Nikkei. I've been using right here. I think it's important. I don't think Groj or Anise are gonna survive if I put in Mary, so I've just been using Rem. This team is just existing. This team is actually it's got a lot of really good spread out damage. Everybody except Crown is really putting in a lot of work. And my Viper has finally come in handy. She didn't even have enough stuff to overload her, and all her skills were level 1. So I just put her 444, put a couple things on, and she's actually doing kind of crazy. She's putting out the same amount of damage that Rappy is, and she's putting like 200 mil less than Helm. So she's actually going kind of crazy. And then this team is fine. No one's really ever in danger. I mean, I guess they're sort of in danger, but the Devil Alice team is funny. And then Shotgun team is never in danger of dying. Like they are always healthy. Anyway, I don't know. I might be able to get to like 6.8 or something, but I probably won't. So I'm not even gonna. I might do a couple more runs, but In the meantime, why does my keyboard keep changing in OBS? It's like my keyboard is changed to like the IME keyboard. Let's get Fatal 12's audio capturing. And let's get Fatal 12 up in here. I'm gonna use the same game window. I'm just gonna set it to Fatal 12. Hopefully, cool. It's a little bit too big. Cool. This should be perfect. To recap, since this game is amazing and has a summary function, which I think all visual novels should have, we have. Let me turn this off too so I can see chat. There we go. We have week 5. Last time, what happened was Shigetsugu and Alan and Rinka and you got jumped by our favorite mafiosos, and Rinka was eavesdropping, learns a bunch of stuff, finds out that you is named you, and that things are happening, and Shigetsugu's ready to die. So, I do not remember whether or not Shigetsugu did in fact die, but we do know a lot of information. We now know that Shigetsugu is Shigetsugu. We know all 4 cards for 4, so we could eliminate you at any time. We have you, Fire, and Mother's Home Cooking. We also have all of Keiko's stuff. She was taken out pretty early. We have Nine's Regret, which is a gold medal, who we have no idea. It's this question mark. We've never seen them yet. And then we have Sophia's 2 things. I don't think we have her cause of death. I don't think we ever got the card for it, but it was the illness. And we have Alan Scorpion. But we still have no information about whatever her name was. What is her name? She knows her own name, right? Odette. That's what it was. The only thing I could think of was Colette, and that was not right. We don't have any information about Odette. We don't really have any information about numeral 3 either, aside from the fact his name is Federico Carminati. Apparently, I think Federico or Odette. I think it's Federico. Suppose one of them, I think, has something on Alan, and we still have no idea what. Oh, yes, death from sickness. We really don't know anything about what Miharu has, but what's her face? 6 is gone. We never knew her. 7 is gone. 8 is gone. 10 is gone. So we only have 12, 11, 9, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, and I believe 5 is going to be going pretty soon. Anyway, Rinka went back to school, and she was just having a normal school day, aside from the fact that the old man will die. Once there, I find myself talking to the usual group. Morning, you two decide what you're gonna do for the culture festival yet? Well, I mean, they already settled on me helping out for an hour on both Saturday and Sunday, right? I've been forced into it as well. Talking to these two really helps hammer home that I'm back to my typical daily life. And not the deadly life like Danganronpa. The Culture Festival's next weekend. My class has finally decided to go with the fortune teller booth idea. I'm a bit worried about it, considering since they've decided with hardly a month to spare, but it should be fine. There's nothing too difficult to prepare. Yeah, you just gotta go find, what's his name? I don't know, what is his name? Hagakure? What is his name? This is gonna bug me. Hagakure. It's like it's Yasuhiro, right? Yeah, Yasuhiro Hagakure. Yeah. Cause he has the same. Oh, I can't say that. That's a spoiler. Oops. None of us are playing a big part in it, but we do need to help out because it's a class effort. And said help comes in the form of 1-hour shifts on both Saturday and Sunday, it seems.
違うよ。うちはそれ以外の時間をどうしよっかって聞いてるの。
Not what I mean. I'm asking how you're gonna spend the rest of the time.
ああ、そうだったんだ。だったら、ナオミの喫茶店には行ってみたいかな。
Oh, okay. I kinda wanna check out the cafe that Naomi's class is running.
羊さんのね。
Her class, huh?
別にミハルンは無理に行かなくてもいいんじゃないの？
Not like you gotta tag along, you know.
いや、リンカが行くなら僕も行くよ。
Wrong. Wherever Rinka goes, I follow. Wherever I hardly... Spending time with Naomi should be fine as long as it's while we're at school. She's been working so hard for this, so I want to see how it turns out.
マオには何か案があるの？
Got any plans, Mao?
ない。
Nope.
ないんだね。
Figures.
僕は文化部の活動にもあまり興味がないから、シフトを午前中に入れてもらう予定だよ。
I'm not interested in what the others are doing, so I booked a morning shift.
生徒は午前中まで校内にいれば、あとは帰宅してもいいことになっているからね。
We're allowed to go home so long as we're at school when we need to be, so I may as well.
なら、私もそうしようかな。他に興味あるものもないし。
I might do the same. Don't particularly care about anything else.
冷めてる。
Aw, you two suck. That's not her voice at all. Ignoring Mao's attempts to tease us, we start to trudge over to the cafeteria. The cafeteria. Cafeteria.
じゃ、お先。
Okay, see ya! With that, Mao skips out of the classroom. Looks like she's heading home in a hurry today. I'm not sure why, since she generally keeps that aspect of her life to herself. Still, she tends to be busy more often than not. Not like she's in any clubs either. I can only assume she's got a part-time job or something. Maybe she's Parka! Dun dun dun! Miharu is getting ready to head home herself. It seems like she's working a shift today. Should we go home alone or offer to work with her? Oh, I mean walk with her. We gotta walk with her.
一緒に駅まで行く？
Wanna head back to the station together?
本当かい？
Are you sure? She starts to pack up even faster when she asks. Under her notebook is an unfamiliar book. Doesn't seem like one from the school's library.
そんなに焦らなくてもいいよ。
No need to rush though.
遅くなったら、君は僕を見捨てて先に行ってしまうかもしれないからね。
I'd rather not have you leave me behind for being too slow. I can only smirk. Skirk? Is this gonna be sussy now that people see us together? Thanks for yesterday, by the way.
大したことはしていないよ。僕もちょうどそのことについて聞こうと思っていたところなんだ。一体何があったんだい？
I didn't do much, though I'm glad you brought it up. Mind if I ask what happened? That's not her voice either.
話すと長くなるんだけどさ。
Ugh. Get ready for a long story, I guess. This isn't a topic I can avoid so long as we're together. I tell her all about how I went to Shigetsugu's house and how numeral 11 forced her way in. She's wide-eyed at the start of the story, but by the end, all she does is sigh.
呆れを通り越して、僕はもはや君のことが怖いよ。
Honestly, at this point, I'm just scared of what she'll try to pull next.
でも、なんとかなってる。12の人ともちゃんと話せることが分かったし。
Things worked out well enough, though. I managed to talk things out with numeral 12.
話してどうするんだい？最後には彼のことも脱落させないといけないんだ。
What about it? You still have to eliminate him when all's said and done. I figure I'm being optimistic, but Miharu makes sure to beat reality back into me with her words. Lacking a proper retort, all I do is avoid eye contact. Luckily, I do have a satort.
まあ、
Is that what it's called?
君がどんな行動をしようが否定しないし、どんなことがあっても 僕は君を守る。
Wait. 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 Is this it? No. No. What is it? Oh. Is it this? No. I have no idea. It's a thing. I have no idea. Maybe it's like this. No, this is Baking Story. No. I thought that they were... I'm not finding anything. I don't know. Some sort of food, maybe. Well, I'm not going to nag about how what you're doing is wrong. If anything goes south, just know I'm ready to protect you.
もっとも君にあった出来事を話してくれないよりはいいか。
Most importantly, I'm happy that you're revealing this all to me in the first place. They really do have like really different uniforms, even though they're like the same thing. Has anything happened on your end? Like the skirts are really the only thing because hers is a long skirt, but they just look so different. It's good. I think it's because of how tall she is.
くす気になるかい？
Ehehe. Are you curious? She teases the question with a smile.
教えてくれないやつでしょ。
You're not gonna tell me anything.
さすが凛花だ。ご名答。
That's my girl. You know me so well. We move to more standard topics following that as we make our way to the station, making our way downtown, walking fast. Then we exchange goodbyes and part ways. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Staring blank. Oh. Next day? Next weekend? Yesterday was a rare day. I was able to open the store for once. Customers dwindle during holiday periods, but regulars in the area still tend to drop by. I'm glad most of them understand that my grand's away, so they make it a point to cheer me on rather than criticize my offerings.
リータン、文化祭の次の週、どっか行かない？
Yo, Rinny, wanna go somewhere the week after the culture festival? Mal comes over to chat as I'm getting ready to head home.
いいけど、どこに？
Sure, got some place in mind?
まだ決めてないけど、映画とかカラオケとか？
Not yet. Could always go see a movie or hit up karaoke. She grins as she notices my hesitation.
リータンが恥ずかしがりながら歌うとこ、また見たいのだよ。
Come on, don't deny me the pleasure of watching your sheepish singing, Rinny.
だから嫌なんだよ。
I'd very much like to deny you that.
でもさ、ナオリンとはまだカラオケ行ったことなかったよね。文化祭が終わってちょうどいいタイミングだと思うし、いいんじゃないかな。
We haven't been to karaoke with Naorin yet, have we? It'd be good timing, so let's do it.
てかさ、ナオリンって歌うまいと思うんだよね、うち。何歌うのか知らないけど、おとなしい子が意外とうまかったりするしね。
I bet that girl's got a killer voice. Don't know what she'd sing, but the quiet types are always surprisingly good at singing. She'd probably sing like Pop Pop, Peanut Butter, Butter Pops. Pop Pop, pop them in her mouth.
まあ、なんとかなる気がするな。
The only curveball is me Haru and her job. Whatever, things will sort themselves out. She prattles on and on without giving me a chance to speak. I'm all too aware that this is her way of making sure I can't turn her down. I'm pretty curious about what Naomi would try to sing, so I end up agreeing.
イエーイ。じゃ、
Yay!
ちゃんと再来週の土曜は開けといてね。
Yes! Make sure you keep the Saturday after next open then.
わかった。
Sure. The Saturday after next would be the 16th. 2 more elections stand between now and then. I should be fine for this week's, but who knows about next week's? That's not the mindset I should have, though. My utmost priority is making sure I never get elected.
リータン？
Rinny? I apologize for getting lost in thoughts all alone before we make our way to class with the ocean's gray waves. What? You are the ocean's great waves. Great waves? Destined to seek after spending some time in Shinjuku. I find myself waiting for the train. I realize it's been a while since the last time I went to the bookstore, so I decided to stop by before heading home. There are a fair number of new shoujo manga on sale, so I buy a couple.
リンカ先輩
Oh, Rinka. As it happens, Naomi is already there and waiting for the same train. How convenient. Or should I say, fortuitous. She even has the same bag in hand as me, which means we are both at the same store. After discussing what we both bought, Naomi's expression gets a bit more serious as she changes the topic.
そういえばあの子どうなったんですか
How did things go with that child, if I may ask? She must mean you! It's funny, thinking back to that first encounter, not only did I not know his name, I actually thought he was a girl. How much should I tell Naomi though? I can't give her all the details like I did with Miharu. Miharu's warning comes to mind as I mull it over.
大丈夫だったよ。
Let's just say, things worked out.
そうですか
Okay.
ごめんね。
Sorry. The exchange is brief, but it no doubt leaves Naomi a tad vexed. If I'm not going to tell her everything, then I'm better off not saying anything at all. Her pained expression tells me exactly how the current situation makes her feel. Doing this to her hurts me enough already, but she must feel even worse on the receiving end. That's why I try my best to change the topic.
先輩どうしたんですか
Is something wrong? As soon as I do, I notice a familiar figure amongst the crowd. Amongst? Somebody amongst the crowd? Not wanting Naomi to notice, I keep my gaze on her, only resorting to quick glances to make sure I'm right. And I am. It's you! He's standing in the crowd as if waiting for someone. But I mean, there's a very limited pool of people he could be waiting for. He tries to seem nonchalant, but I notice him glancing over to me every now and then.
お店の買い物を思い出しちゃった。ごめん、今日は先帰ってて。
Oh, sorry, I forgot to pick something up for the cafe. Go on back without me.
だったら私も
I don't mind joining you.
大丈夫。文化祭の準備で疲れてるだろうし、ちゃんと休んだ方がいいから。
Nah, it's fine. I'm sure you're tired from all the preparations for the culture festival. So I say go and get some rest. She nods, although it's obvious that she has read between the lines. Following that, I wave goodbye as she gets on the train. Yu makes his way over after confirming that I'm alone.
お姉ちゃん。
Rinka! I don't remember what voice I gave him. If I even gave him a voice. He probably realized that I saw him.
お姉ちゃんにね、お願いがあるんだ。
I need to ask a favor. We're gonna do this for now until I decide that that's too much. He cuts right to the chase. I opt to quietly hear him out.
おじいちゃんを家族と会わせてあげたい。
I want to help Shigetsugu see his family again.
だから一緒に場所を調べてほしいんだ。
But I need you to help me figure out where they are. All I need are the...
おじいちゃんは大丈夫って言ってもう諦めてるけど、本当はずっと会いたがってたんだ。
Shigetsugu said he's already given up, but it's obvious that he's wanted to see them again for a long time.
僕は気づいてたよ。気づいてたけど悔しくって会いに行こうって言ってあげられるのは僕だけなのに言えなくって。
I'm the only one who can convince him, but I couldn't bring myself to say anything. It just frustrates me so much. Like when you're reading a shoujo manga and the characters just won't confess to each other for some reason, and it just keeps dragging on and on and on.
今日までずっと迷ってたんだ。僕はどうすればいいのかわからなかったから。
I've spent so much time up until now trying to figure out what I should do, whether or not I should keep reading this manga or just finally give it up.
でも
Hello, Kawa.
でも
It was tough, but now I know.
このままじゃ僕もおじいちゃんも後悔しちゃうから。
Things can't go on like this. We'll both regret it if I stop reading Rent-a-Girlfriend. He lets his emotions run rampant despite being out in public. There's nothing I can do to stop him either. Choppy. Once he finishes his spiel, he stares at me, worry all over his face. I can't blame him. Normally people wouldn't hear him out, but he's probably hoping for the slight possibility that I will.
どこにいるのか知らないし、多分おじいちゃんに聞いても教えてくれない。
I don't know where they are. Shigetsugu probably wouldn't tell me either.
アレンさんはもっと無理だし、僕にはもう頼れる人はお姉ちゃんしかいないんだ。
There's no way I could ask Samus Aran, so you're the only one I can rely on. Rip Kawa Sabai. Welcome Kawa _ Shabi. Yes. Rest in peace, Kawa Sabai. We'll have to go through and figure out when exactly the TTS started and when the TTS broke. Oh, oops.
だから
Please! He's probably expecting me to turn him down based on my silence. I don't seem to be in the right state of mind. His desperation to help Shigetsugu serves to warm my heart, like the Grinch, as does knowing we both thought of the same thing.
同じ会社で異動になって地方に引っ越しただけだから、地域を特定するのはそう難しくなかったよ。
They moved away due to his son getting transferred to another branch of his company, so finding out which prefecture they were in was pretty easy.
あとは部署をいくつか変えながら電話してみたら意外となんとかなったんだ。選定が始まってから嘘の演技にはちょっとは慣れたからかな。大体の町までは絞れたよ。
Calling them and pretending to be other departments worked out well. I've been brushing up on my acting skills ever since Divine Selection started, so I was able to nail down the city they're in. Pretty soon, I'll be running phone scams as well.
え
Huh? You're a scammer?
あとは君の頑張り次第かな。近所の人とかに聞き込みをして家を見つければいいよ。
But the rest is up to you. Just ask around the neighborhood to find out which house is theirs, and make sure that you get added to their will.
新幹線代と今日の宿泊代はまあ
What is this? What is
お
this?
ばあちゃんには内緒だけど後で返してくれれば大丈夫かな。
What? What? Excuse me? Excuse me? What is this? What is this? What is this? Akudama Drive? Guess I can give you money for the bullet train and lodging for the night. I gotta keep it a secret from my gran, but it'll be fine as long as you pay me back. With interest, of course. I'm not saying Shinkansen.
お姉ちゃん
What's happening right now? Why did you suddenly start speaking in English?
牛塚さんを連れて行けはしないんだったら君が説得して牛塚さんのご家族に来てもらうようにしないと。
If you're not taking Shigetsugu with you, then you'll just have to convince his family to come see him instead.
私はそこまでは協力できないけど自分を信じてね。
I won't help you out more than this, but I want you to trust yourself. Believe in the me that believes in you, like the luminary of the stars, Kaito Momoda.
ちょっとお姉ちゃんどういうこと？
I honestly don't get what's happening. Who's Kaito Momoda? Shigetsugu said that you is both brave and compassionate. I have to agree. I hand him an envelope. Inside is the information I've already dug up regarding Shigetsugu's family, as well as some money.
分かってたの？
Did you know I'd do this?
なんとなくだけど、私も同じことを考えてたから。
It's only because I had the same idea cross my mind. Can't escape from crossing minds. Fight. It's their story from here on out. I had a chance to do something funny there and I didn't do it. I could have said, it's their monogatari from here. I have no intention of seeing it through. Now that I've done this much for you, I should be able to avoid waking up with regret if Shigetsugu gets eliminated.
おじいちゃん、
Oops.
おじいちゃんが最後に笑っていられるように、僕、頑張るよ。
I want to see him happy to the very end, so I'll do everything I can to make sure that happens.
ありがとう、お姉ちゃん。お金は絶対返すから。
Thanks, Rinka. I promise I'll pay you back, with interest. After he says that, he remains still for a moment. Just as I mutter that I need to go, he stops me. His expression is deathly serious.
もう一つお願いがあるんだ。
There's one more favor. His face makes it clear that this one is serious. Even so, I don't expect what comes out of his mouth next. He opens his mouth and then he says,
You're so poggers, babe. When you first rejected me, I was Pepe hands. But when you told me you were capping, I was so happy to be debated. I'm Omega Lol, but you love me no matter what. Together, you're so
I need to have that, but have it speed up in the middle so it just goes really fast.
僕を脱落させてほしい。
I want you to eliminate me. Huh?
お姉ちゃんが僕のカードを3枚持っていることは察しがついてた。
I kind of figured that you've already obtained all 3 of my cards.
ただね、お姉ちゃんは優しいから僕を指名できないんじゃないかって思ってたんだ。
I also figured that you wouldn't elect me. You're just too kind.
どうして？
But why?
お姉ちゃんに生きてほしいって思ったからなんだ。
Because I want you to live.
そんなの。ごめん。大きな声出しちゃったね。
You're joking. Sorry. I shouldn't shout at you.
僕は本気だよ。お姉ちゃんが僕を脱落させるなら納得できるから。
But I'm serious. If there's anyone I'm fine with being eliminated by, it's you.
それだけじゃない。僕はきっと生きてちゃいけないんだ。
That's not all though. I shouldn't be allowed to live in the first place. After all, I'm your dead man walking. Wait, hold on. 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 Wait, I gotta find the Redux version. I gotta find the Redux version. Dead girl walking refrain or reprise. Where is it? Where is it? Is it this part? Oh no, it's not. Which one is that? It is. Wait, no, it is. Wait, it is Dead Girl Walking. It is the. Wait, why don't I see it? Wait. 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 Oh, it's. I missed it. It's right at the start. Anyway, enough Heathers.
生きてちゃいけない
What? What makes you say that?
僕がなくした記憶は全然戻る気はしないよ。でもね、時々自分が怖くなる。
My memories don't seem like they'll ever come back, but sometimes I'm scared of myself. Like Ling Yang and Wuwa. Oh, sorry you had to see that side of me.
僕の中にいるもう一人の
What a
僕
terrible story. What a
何か
terrible
恐ろし
character
いことを
quest.
しようとしている気がして。
Sometimes I get the feeling that the person I was before this is ready to do something terrible.
もし記憶が戻ったら、僕は何するかわからない。僕が僕じゃなくなっちゃうかもしれない。
I may become something else entirely if my memories return. Who knows what I'll do then? Maybe my main goal will be to blow up and then act like I don't know nobody.
だから、その前に僕を殺して。
So please, kill me before that can happen. I can feel the pressure. Tell me, can you feel the pressure? He's been bottling up inside from the tone of his voice. That unknown factor has probably been haunting him for a while now. I had no intention of electing him this week, just as he said. Mostly because I don't have it in me.
ごめん即答はできない
Sorry, but I need some time to think.
どうして？お姉ちゃんが行きたいんだったら、いずれは僕のことも脱落させるはずでしょ。
Why? You'll have to eliminate me sooner or later if you want to live, right? He looks like a gotcha character.
そうだよでももしユウくんを脱落させるとしたらそれはユウくんの記憶が戻ってから真実が分かってからユウくんは記憶喪失で不安になっているだけなんじゃないかな
Right. But right now, I'd rather leave that for when your memories return. For when we can both learn about the link that we share. Link start! Are you sure your amnesia isn't just causing you to panic?
何もわからないままユウくんが脱落したら私は後悔するかもしれない
And I might regret my actions by eliminating you before I learn something important.
ダメだよ。
But you gotta! That's not his voice, I'm sorry. He refuses to give in. He never backs down and never surrenders, just like Nick A30. He knows what I'm like by now, yet he presses on regardless.
お願いだから。優しいお姉ちゃんなら聞いてくれるよね。
Please, you'll do this for me, won't you? You'll do it for me and all of the other I don't know what the Nick A30 fans are called. I can't bring myself to answer. He refuses to stop staring at me, waiting for me to say yes. He believes he might do something terrible, but I can't see that happening. Sure, his past required him to know how to fight, but that doesn't feel relevant to his current fears.
絶対だよ。
It's a promise. He cuts the conversation off after a period of silence and takes his leave without another word. There's a reason I couldn't give him the response he wanted. Deep down I knew. I just can't do it yet. Dun dun dun. Today turns out to be another rare day. I keep the cafe open all day long. Leaving it closed so often has taken its toll on me. My legs feel like rubber now that my shift is over. Either way, working up a sweat from hard work feels pretty good. And getting to see all the customers relaxed and content makes it all worth it.
よしシャワーを浴びて早く寝よ
Right, time for a shower and bed. This week's election awaits. It doesn't actually matter when I decide to go to sleep, but the more sleep I get, the better I should feel in the morning. I notice a sizable black object in my room as soon as I enter. Ah, it's Lath, lording over my bed as always.
うもう
Oh, you. You! In all honesty, it's reassuring to know I'm not alone. Even if my roommate is a cat. My roommate is a cat? Sounds like a new series.
ごきげん
It's
よう
Desuwacha.
運命の
It's
奴隷の皆
Par-
様
I'm trying to figure out a way to combine Desuwa and Parka. I don't think it's gonna work. Good evening, my little slaves to fate. I feel like I'm making her sound more like Fischl. Tremble and midnight phantasmagoria. Parka's voice echoes throughout the court of fate. That's the prelude to this week's election.
録画をせんでも毎週忘れることがないから楽じゃの。
I feel like he sounds a lot different. Oh, it's nice to see that we arrive here like clockwork. I'm so old that I forget to set my DVR to record my TV shows.
あらおじいさまテレビ番組のようにおっしゃらないでくださいます
I would very much appreciate you not treating this as televised entertainment, Desuwa.
女神様もテレビのことは知っておったんじゃの。
Oh, has humanity's humble TV piqued even a lovely goddess's interest?
私はこれでも浮世の流行には敏感なのでございますわ
I assure you, no ethereal being is as educated regarding the trends of the mortal coil as I, Desuwa.
時の移ろいから外れた存在の私ですけれど無意に過ごすには退屈すぎますもの
Existing out with the bounds of time can lead to extreme boredom, you see, Desuwa. She smiles as she responds to Shigetsugu. There's something inherently off about hearing a being like her, who feels right at home in a fantasy setting, talking about TVs. I wonder if she observes the events in the real world from here, as if watching us on TV.
皆様そろそろお疲れのご様子ですね
Excuse me.
選定も中盤無理もありませんね
I see hints of exhaustion from all of you. We are nearly halfway through divine selection, so that's to be expected, Desuwa.
おいおい、とっとと始めてくれないか。あんたの言う通り、確かに疲れてるから、睡眠時間は確保したいんだよ。
What was his voice? See, so we can just get on with it then. May as well hurry up with this so we can get some solid shut-eye, see? I don't know whether I changed his voice last time. Federico speaks up in his typical tone of jest. From what I can tell, he doesn't have any serious injuries. You claim to have rendered him immobile, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Either that or the dream world doesn't reflect our current state in the real world. Meaning he's acting fine to cover up the fact that he's been injured.
まったくもう皆様はせっかちさんで嫌になりますわ私の退屈をもっと紛らわせてくださってもよろしいのに
Goodness gracious, quite the impatient lot. Have you no sympathy for a goddess looking to stave off boredom, Desuwa?
まあ仕方がないといたしましょう今宵を含め女神の選定はまだ8回も残っているのですから
No matter. We have 8 elections left, including tonight's. I am sure you will provide me with some entertainment during that span of time, Desuwa.
それでは今宵も女神の選定を始めますわ
Allow me to begin tonight's election, Desuwa.
回りなさい運命の大時計
Revolve of Desuwa of Fate. Things proceed as usual after that. Each participant announces whether or not they want to elect someone as the clock hand makes its revolution. Naturally, I'm up first because I'm numeral 1. I announce my intent to not elect anyone tonight. In the end, Alan is the only one to announce an election.
僕は5番を指名させてもらおう。
I elect numeral 5. As expected, he goes straight for Shigetsugu. Shigetsugu seems satisfied with this outcome. I don't remember what Alan's voice was. I can only guess the meaning behind it, but I'd like to believe his story ends on a positive note. More importantly,
どうしてお姉ちゃん
you liar! A sense of guilt washes over me as I hear those words get muttered. Two people face one another in the Court of Fate's upper stratum, Alan and Shigetsugu. For Alan, this is his third time. Much like the previous two, his expression remains stolid. Stolid?
ほう、すごいのう。夢の世界とやらはこんな風になっておったのか。
Well, this is something else. This dream world offers surprise after surprise. Alan remains silent after Shigetsugu's remark. The only thing in his eyes is the reflection of the old man's decrepit smile.
あなた様はすっかり常連ですわね。
You've become quite the regular visitor here, haven't you, Desuwa? Alan gives no response to Parka, who appears out of nowhere either.
私もあなた様が釣れないお方だというのは分かっていますわ。
Worry not. I'm aware that you are not one for Desuwards. Haha.
それでは3枚のカードをお選びくださいませ。
Please select your 3 cards, Desuwa. Alan opens up his card book and produces the relevant cards. Once done, he reads them aloud.
氏名牛塚重次死因餓死未練仲の良かった家族
His name is Uchizuka Shigetsugu. He died of starvation. His regret is the family he once got along with.
とはいえ、わしはもう思い残すことはないがの。
Ho, ho, ho. Fortunately, I have no more regrets.
どんなからくりを使ったかは知れんが、わしの息子たち一家と合わせてくれおった。
I'm not sure how he pulled off his trick, but he allowed me the chance to see my family one last time.
何を言う
Don't be foolish.
からくりではないだろう彼貴様の家族からのメイドの土産だろうそう言ってやらなければ報われない
That was no trick. It was a heartfelt gift from him, your family, to you. His efforts will be in vain if you refuse to accept that.
わかっておるよ。老人の照れ隠しじゃ。
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Don't worry. I'm aware. It's just this old man's way of hiding his embarrassment.
そうか
I see.
意外じゃの。いや、意外でもないか。短い付き合いじゃったがわかる。お主は誰よりも家族思いじゃとな。
I would say I'm surprised at your outburst. But that's not true. While brief, our time together was enough to understand that no one holds their family as dear as you.
余計な話をしすぎた女神もういいだろう
I let this drag on longer than necessary. Hurry up with the proceedings.
あら、もうよろしいのですか？
Oh, done chatting already, Desuwa? Before Alan can respond, a bright light floods from his cards. Ding! It envelops the area in an instant. A man haunted by loneliness. On the floor in his home. As starvation whittled him away, all he could do was reflect on his past. He wished to return to those happier times. It was an unrealizable dream, and yet it was one he would cling to as his life's light gradually extinguished.
同情もしないもっとも貴様の場合は最後に夢を見たのだ十分だろう
You'll get no sympathy from me. Your dream did end up coming true. That's more than enough. I fight
や
for
は
my
り珍しい
friends.
ですわね。あなた様が 少しでも干渉をお見せになるなんて。
I admit it is quite rare for you to be even the slightest bit sentimental, Desuwa.
余計な話はいいと言っているはずだ。貴様は貴様の仕事をしてくれ。
How many times must I tell you not to concern yourself with me? Do your job.
まこと面白みのない方ですわね。もっとも、もう幾度かすればあなた様の興味深いところが見られるかもしれませんけれど。
Dull to the core. No matter. You may reveal your interesting side to me sooner than you would expect, Desuwa. Alan's platform begins to move as Shigetsugu's float in front of him. He must pick a card to keep returning to the lower stratum. His expression remains emotionless as he chooses. Sometime after, Alan descends by himself.
それではどのカードを選びますか？
Which card would you like to obtain?
4番、未練のカードをもらおう。
I choose numeral 4's regret. Something's wrong. Yu seems completely unfazed by Alan's selection. No, that's not quite right. His expression is alien compared to a few minutes ago. It sends shivers down my spine. His gaze remains focused on me rather than Alan.
あの子は
That kid. I find it hard to believe that it's simply anger over me not electing him. This is something else, like I'm staring into an endless abyss of rage. Itai! My head suddenly begins to pound, but not enough to make me collapse, so I do my best to power through it.
何？
What in the world? I notice Alan's bewilderment the moment he touches Yu's card. The card, which was glowing white, suddenly shatters. The fragments disperse throughout the area.
あらあらあらあら。
Oh my, oh me, oh my, Desuwa! My card book begins to glow as well. Parka speaks up as soon as I notice.
それでは今宵の脱落者は1名。これをもって選定を終了といたしましょう。
Tonight's session resulted in 1 elimination. I bid you all farewell for now. The seeds of dissonance have already begun to sprout. But this is just the beginning of our fatally 12. I wake up drenched in sweat, the gross and sticky kind no less. Lath is nowhere to be seen, so I assume it was another midnight departure. What in the world happened during that election? The moment Alan got his hands on that card, it shattered. It was Yu's regret card too. I have that card as well, so I've got a bad feeling about this. I peek in my own book of cards, fearing the worst.
これは嘘。どうして？
No way. What's going on here? I'm sure the distress in my voice is apparent. Yu's regret card has vanished. This has never happened before. If the card disappears, then does that mean his regret has disappeared? That can't be right. His regret was about his mother's cooking, so it wouldn't disappear because I made him one dinner. Even if it did, I would have lost the card sooner. Shigetsugu wouldn't have had it either. Which means there's only one possibility. That's why I decide to go to Shigetsugu's house after school. Because Shigetsugu got Shigetsugot. School itself has started to get busy thanks to culture festival preparations. My class got started pretty late comparatively, so the people in charge were running around during lunch to get things set up. Much as I think they should have gotten it all sorted out earlier, I'm in no position to comment when I'm doing the bare minimum to help. I'd be willing to help out if they asked, but they're making it pretty clear they want to handle things themselves. And I get why. It's nice when you and a group of friends pull stuff like that off together. Naomi's class is probably doing much better than ours in that regard.
じゃ、リータン、お昼行こっか。
Well, let's go grab some grub. From the hub.
真央はマイペー
Some
スだ
grub
な。
hub, if you know what I mean. Not a care in the world, huh?
今のクラスはあまり居心地がいいものではないからね。今日も
It's
屋上へ向かおうか。
it's awkward to sit in here right now. So let's make our way to the rooftop.
ちょっとそんなはっきり言う？
Whoa, hey, watch what you're saying.
構わないだろ。マオは手伝うことを打診したけれど、僕たちがいるからと無下に断ったのは彼女たちの方なんだからね。
Why should I? They're the ones who turned down Mao's offer to help because of our being around her.
うちは楽だから気にしてないよ、ミハルン。
No worries, makes life easier for me. Something tells me that Miharu's a bit annoyed. Most likely because it's easy to guess how they treated Mao when she offered to help.
それにうちらの手伝いの時間はまとめてもらったし、ま、感謝感謝。
Besides, they're the ones that sorted out our shifts for us. Might as well thank them, really.
マオがいいならいいけれどね。さあ、リンカもそろそろ行こう。
Well, so long as you're fine with it. Let's get going. I nod and follow along behind them.
いただきます。
Chow time! All three of us enjoy lunch on the rooftop, as usual. Times like this are when I can relax the most. Just as I'm enjoying my tonkatsu sandwich, a familiar voice calls out as the rooftop door opens. Rinka! Oh no, it's Naomi.
リンカ先輩、いらっしゃいますか？
Sorry, is Rinka here?
羊さん。
Naomi.
お、ナオリン。なんか久しぶりだね。
Yo, Naureen, feels like ages since I last saw you.
マオ先輩。三島先輩も、こんにちは。
Oh, hi Mao. Good day to you too, Miharu. Miharu makes eye contact with her, but says nothing. She doesn't say anything. She just stares at her like... Both Naomi and I understand why, so Naomi makes her business clear right away.
これ、先輩たちに届けに来たんです。文化祭のコーヒー券です。
I have some coffee coupons, so here you go. She hands 3 tickets over to us. The word coffee is printed in the middle in an oversized font. Beneath it, it says Amacha Girls University High School Culture Festival.
校長先生が私たちの企画に興味を持ってくださって、受付でこのチケットを販売してくださることになったんです。何枚かもらったので、先輩もどうぞ。
Our class caught the principal's eye, so now they'll be selling these tickets at the reception. I got some spare ones, so I wanted to give them to you.
おー、すごいね。せっかくならたくさんの人に来てもらおうってことか。
Nice. Guess they're going all out to attract as many people as they can.
うちのクラスのように気の抜けた出し物をするところが多いから、羊さんのように真剣にやるところは珍しく、学校の宣伝になるというわけだね。
Plenty of classes, bare minimum, plenty of classes barely put in any effort, like ours. So all the work your class did could serve as good PR for the school. Anyway, Neon's gonna read this closer to the mic, so you don't have this awkward echo. Plenty of classes barely put in any effort, like ours. So all the work your class did could serve as good PR for the school.
そうかもしれないけど、でもナオミすごいね。頑張った甲斐があった。
That's a fair point. I'm really happy for you, honest. All that work paid off.
本番はまだですけどね。でも、リンカ先輩のおかげです。先輩がコーヒーを教えてくれたから、私ものめり込んで。
We won't know that until the cultural festival starts. This is all thanks to you. I didn't expect to get so hooked once you started teaching me.
ナオリンはさ、コスプレとかしないの？
So, Naureen, you gonna do any cosplay? Mao poses a new question to cut off the current conversation. Naomi's face burns a bright red in response.
コスプレですか？三島先輩みたいな。
Cosplay? You mean like what Miharu does?
僕のはバイトの制服だよ。
I'll have you know, that's just my official work uniform. Lady Funky, what is this game? Well, imagine if somebody took Clue, but then they made it Among Us, but it was a visual novel.
すみません。
Sorry.
そういうことしようって言ってた子はいましたけど、私は別に。
Someone did suggest we do that, but I'm sure it wouldn't suit me. Far left one is the killer. Blue is sus. Yeah, so the way it works is, flag. Also, what is this called? Oops. Regular, ordinary, girlish chat time. Okay. The way it works is we have 12 characters. We don't know who this one is yet. They have not been introduced yet. But we have 12 people, and they all died on the same day. But through the magic of magic, they've all been brought back to life, and now must participate in a death game, where they must uncover other participants' name, cause of death, and their life's regret in order to eliminate them in the election trial. And at the end of the 12 weeks or whatever, only one will remain, and that one person gets to keep on living, and the other 11 will all die. The first one eliminated was this girl. We know nothing about her. Rinka met her very briefly right at the start. She came in and was like, hey, do you know where this is? And she was like, yeah, it's over here. And then she got killed by this man, who we can't get pictures of them, unfortunately, whose name is Alan Scorpion. I think the next person that died was this guy, Ro-Chan Ho. His cause of death was a stroke, and his regret was that he never got to have a dog. So we found out that he actually had a mistress that he would pay to own and take care of a dog, so he could go out and pretend to go on business trips so he could go visit the dog because his wife was allergic and she wouldn't let him have a dog. The next person to die was Sophia Preisnitz Alexievenya or whatever, who was terminally ill. Visual novel Danganronpa, basically. She was terminally ill, and her regret was seeing the world, and so she was like, Mom, Dad, I'm gonna die, and I want to go to Japan. So they brought her to Japan, and then her parents got kidnapped by this guy and this lady, Federico Carbonati and Odette Malencon, who are members of, like, the Mafia, but different Mafias. But anyway, she died, and then it was this lady who died next, whose name is Kombuka Cake, and, her cause of death was a brain hemorrhage when she gave birth, and her regret was that her child would end up being named something else because she wanted to name her kid Haruki, and her mother-in-law was like, that's a stupid name, there's no way I'm letting you name my grandchild Haruki, that's a stupid name, we're gonna name him this instead. And then the guy who just died recently was this old man, Shigetsugu. His cause of death was starving to death in his own home because he was old, and his regret was that his son and his daughter-in-law don't like him anymore. Our currently alive characters are our main character, Rinka something something. I don't know what her name is. I was gonna say Suzukino, but that's not that's Rinko. And that's also a different game. Miharu something something. His regret was having a family. His regret was that he had a family, and his son and his daughter-in-law liked him a lot, and then he got really angry, and then they didn't like him anymore, and now he's sad that he messed everything up and they moved away and, like, excommunicated him. The wording is really bad. Yeah, it really is. Back when I was close with family. That's his regret. His regret... They're not worded amazingly. This is Miharu. Her name? Who knows what her name is? Her name is Miharu Heavinada, but her name also is something else. This is her, like... I think it's her mother's last name or something. I think her parents are divorced, and her register, or maybe like, I think she lives with her mom. I think maybe her thing currently has like her mom's name, like her register, but she like identifies with like her dad's name. I have no idea. They kind of haven't gotten like really into that like lore with her. And then we've got number 3, Federico Carbonati. He was on a boat with Odette Malencone, and they both died, and they don't know how they died. They just both know they were on a boat, and then they were dead. So they're both alive, and then this is Yu. His name is Yu. His cause of death is that he blew up in a subway. And his regret has suddenly changed. We used to know what his regret was. It used to be that he would never be able to taste his mother's cooking again. But then suddenly, after Shigetsugu was elected and killed by Alan Scorpion, his regret card suddenly changed. And so I have a feeling now that it's that Shigetsugu died or something like that, and no longer about his mother's cooking. But yeah, and then pink hair girl is Mao, and the other pink hair girl is Naomi, and they're side characters. My running gag is that Mao is actually Parka, the goddess who's orchestrating the whole death game, because they always keep talking about how she always is busy after school and has been like disappearing on Fridays. Like she's got to head right back from school, and Rinka's like, I don't know what she's doing. She doesn't really talk about her life that much. So my current running gag is that she actually is the goddess. Meat shields, exactly. Naomi actually was. She was like, don't worry, Rinka, I'm not part of the death game, so I can investigate things for you, and no one will ever suspect anything. Literal meat shield. Anyway, they were just talking about cosplay. Miharu works at a maid cafe and dresses up as a maid, and we had a moment. Actually, you know what? We have a moment that's so good, I'm actually gonna save, if I can. Make a save somewhere. Where do I make saves? Save data. Let's make a new save. And then let's go to the main menu. Actually, I'm gonna hope, yes, we're gonna go to the menu, and I'm gonna hope there's a gallery so I can see the CGs. Is there? I don't think there is. That is unfortunate. Anyway, what you need to know is that Miharu is also in the game, and she is like... Okay, thank you for that, Naomi. Shh, Naomi, be quiet, please. The most important part is that, she's like the cool, stylish girl, and she works at a maid cafe, and she's like, Rinka, I love you so much, I would die for you. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna make sure that you survive divine selection. So, yeah. Man, have you ever heard of tropes? Literary tropes? I guess. Anyway, I'm looking forward to seeing you on the day. Mao shoots a wry smile at Naomi. Oh, right. I'm gonna interrupt Mao because we need to get going. You free this Saturday after the culture festival? We're planning to head out somewhere again and figured you might want to join. Oh yeah, I forgot. Miharu also has beef with Naomi. They've never really said why, and Rinka doesn't really know why that they have beef with each other, but Miharu has beef with Naomi. Naomi doesn't really have beef with Miharu, but Miharu's beefing with Naomi. I'm free, yes. Are you sure you want me to come along, though?
僕は構わないよ。ねえ、リンカ。
I won't object. Neither will Rinka, I assume.
まだどうするか決めてないけど、久しぶりに出かけよっか。
Yup, don't know what we're doing, but it'll be nice to get out again.
リータン、うちのカラオケって案はどこ行ったの？
What happened to my karaoke idea?
私楽しみにしてます。あ、でもちゃんと文化祭の時は来てくださいね。
Fix camera to nowhere, Devilmaker. Oh, old games. Old games and camera movement. Fixed camera. You cannot move it. You will look in this one direction and see this one part, and you will enjoy it. I'll look forward to it, but promise me that you'll come along during the culture festival.
ナオミ、あ、いや、大丈夫。残り1週間だけど、頑張ってね。
Naomi, no worries, we'll be there. Good luck with preparations. Mostly on doors when a boss is there. It reminds me of like the launch of Wuwa with the camera lock on. And it was either like the camera's locked on and you cannot do anything, or your camera just wildly spins around. I do my best to swallow the words I was about to say to her as she walks off. Miharu fires a glance at me as I do. I can only imagine the feelings behind her current expression. I bet she's thinking to herself, Naomi, you homewrecker.
お二人さん早く食べないと昼休み終わっちゃうよ。
You two should eat up before lunchtime is over. Divine selection is in my thoughts more often than I'd like these days, but Mao's comment ejects it from my mind for a little bit. Another day spent eating lunch together with friends under a blue sky. Another day spent casually treading the thin line between the life I want and the reality I must face. I don't think oh no, I haven't added any new things to the soundboard. It's just the two things that Kawa sent. I haven't added any of the songs that he sent though. It's just the and the except that one's too long and I'm not gonna wait for the full thing to play. Once school is over, I catch up to Miharu on her way home.
どうしたんだい？凛花の方から僕に声をかけてきてくれるなんて。
Well, what's wrong? It's unusual for you to approach me like this. Oh, I guess the only other thing too, and it's not reflected at all in the translated dialogue, so I don't know if it's important or if it's just like a stylistic thing that they just like chose to ignore or just didn't translate well. But Miharu uses boku for her pronouns, and I don't think any of the other characters do except that I remember. I know Yu does, but I don't recall any of the other characters, like Alan or Federico or Ro, doing anything like that. So maybe it's just to make her unique as a character. It could just be a stylistic thing. It's just not reflected here. Miharu is already aware of the situation after her help in fending off numeral 11. I don't want to skimp on the details, so I make sure she gets the full story about Saturday night.
昨日の消えたカードのこと。
It's about what happened to that card last night.
残念だね。
Why did that
この後お茶でもと思ったけれど。
That was such a long
僕
time
は
before
バイ
that
トがあ
voice
るから
line kicked
付き
in.
合えないんだ。
Sorry, I have a shift scheduled. As much as I'd like to discuss this over tea, I'm afraid I don't have the time.
分かってる。だから簡潔に。4の少年のこととか、美晴には話してるから、意見が聞きたくって。
I know. So, that's not her voice. I know, so I'll be brief. You know the circumstances surrounding numeral 4, so I just wanted your take on the matter.
凛花は4番未練のカードを取得したと言っていたね。12番の男性が取得したものと同じだ。つまり君のカードも消えたんだね。
You said you had his regret card, didn't you? The same that numeral 12 chose last night? I assume yours disappeared as well? I nod and then Miharu continues. We both offer our thoughts on why and how the card could disappear like that. Both of us seem to have the same idea too. Miharu tries to make her way to the station after that, but I stop her again. There's something that's been nagging at me that I need to talk to her about.
それとね、もう一つ。この前の選定で脱落した牛塚さんの話を聞いていて思ったことがあるんだ。
And I have no idea what she's talking about, I'll be honest. That's not all though. Something's been on my mind ever since Shigetsugu was eliminated last night. divulged a certain story to me. Oh, the one eliminated.
彼の話、
And
それはどんな内容かな。
what sort of story was that?
人と人の関係の話かな。私たちは生きている限りいろんな人間関係の中にいるけど、誰かに行動を強要することはできない。
What about how different people can share a connection? It got me thinking about how, despite all the people we meet throughout our lives, we never have the right to force them into anything.
羊さんのことかい？
Don't be alone with the left girl. She's here to win this. Oh, the great part about this too is that they haven't really tested how it works. Federico's gotten messed up, but apparently one of the like things is that none of the members of Divine Selection can die until Divine Selection is over. So we're like sort of immortal, but I'm not really sure how that works because nobody's really gotten like injured in like a way that would really test that. I mean, Federico got like absolutely like stomped. He got stabbed, I think, and he like I'm pretty sure you like broke some of his ribs or something, but they haven't really, no one's ever taken like fatal damage, I guess, and they haven't really tested how that works. Don't tell her this. She's ready to shove someone off a building. Oh, Miharu absolutely would kill somebody. She would not care. Half of the game has just been Miharu being like, Rinka, just let me know. Let me know and I'll do it. I'll make sure that you win. I'll kill everyone. I'll take them all out. I'll even kill myself to make sure that you win. And Rinka's like, but I kind of like don't want you to die because like that kind of like I'll be honest, don't really care about the other 10 people because I don't really know them that well, but like you're my homie Miharu and I kind of don't want you to die. So if there's a way that we could like Hunger Games this and get us to both be alive, that'd be ideal. And Miharu's like, no, Rinka, you have to survive. You have to live. I'll give my life for you. This is about Naomi, I assume.
どうしてわかったの？
What gave me away?
君のことだからね。半ば無理やり羊さんを選定に関わらせないようにしたことについて迷っているんだろう。
This is you we're talking about. You're not sure if practically forcing Naomi to distance herself from Divine Selection was the right choice, are you?
先に伝えておくよ。僕の意見は変わらない。羊さんが選定に関わることは危険に足を踏み入れるということだ。
See, we don't really get that much choice. It's not like Noja where we get to like choose people. It all just sort of happens in a scripted manner. Although I don't remember, did we eliminate anybody? I don't remember. I don't think Rinka's ever eliminated anybody. Maybe no. Yeah. Because the mystery girl was eliminated by Alan, and then Ro was eliminated by Odette, and then Sophia was eliminated by Miharu, and then Kombuka Cake was eliminated by Alan, and then Shigetsugu was also eliminated by Alan. So I don't think Miharu had, or Rinka had the information to eliminate both Shigetsugu and you, but she hasn't eliminated anybody yet. Trigger someone to vote Rinka. I'll be like, listen, you. Here's all of my information. Here's all of the information about me and my... See, the problem is Rinka doesn't even know her own information. She knows her name. Oh, that's not her. She knows her name. And I think somebody has her cause of death. I think somebody has it. We just don't know what it is. We only get to see the cards. When we click on this, you can see what cards everybody has, but you can only see the cards that they've revealed in the story. So, Odette, for example, has a lot more than these cards, but we just haven't been shown, like the player hasn't been shown them yet, so we can't see what they are. Same thing with Miharu. She theoretically has 3 more cards besides this, because these were all given to her from Sophia. She obviously knows her own name, and she knows Rinka's name. So theoretically, she has 3 extra cards that we just don't know, because everyone started with 3 cards. So theoretically, she has 3 more. Maybe it's just 2 more. Maybe she starts with her own name, and then she gets 2 bonus cards. Like everyone starts with their own name, because obviously they know what their own name is. It'd be kind of stupid if you didn't know your own name. Well, you didn't know what his name was, but he has amnesia. get the other three when Rika's dead. Let me make myself clear. My opinion on the matter won't change. Allowing her to involve herself puts her in treacherous territory.
でもね、リンカ。確かに君の言う通りだ。君たちの行動も心も僕には強制することはできない。
But at the same time, Rinka, you're correct. It's not my place to dictate what you two decide.
くす。そもそも僕がリンカのために命を
See?
捧げると決めたの
She
も
says
自
it
分の
again.
意思で、
Look at her
リン
face.
カが数度しか会っ
It's
てい
like
ない
she's
選定の
pogging.
参
She's
加
like,
者のためにおせっかいするのも自分の意思なのにね。
let's not forget that we're both acting of our own volition. I'm perfectly content offering my life to you, much like how you get involved with participants you hardly know.
そうだよね。
Yeah, you're right. It's so obvious now that she mentions it. Everyone's acting of their own accord. Miharu chewed me out for it, but that never stopped me from getting involved with Keiko or Sonia or Shigetsugu and you. You! I stuck by my choices to crank that soldier boy.
とはいえ、羊さんは文化祭に向けて大事な時期だ。大切なことを話すつもりなら、せめてその後をお勧めするよ。
That being said, Naomi's got her hands full with the culture festival. If you plan to discuss things with her, I suggest doing so afterwards.
わかってる。ありがとね。
Yeah, I know. Thanks. Her other three cards have to be super dark? I have no idea. I have no idea what her regret could be. Honestly, Miharu's like one of the biggest, like, mysteries of this entire game. Like, I honestly feel like I have a better chance of guessing what Odette and Federico's things are than Miharu. I have absolutely no idea what her regret is, unless her regret is that she died before she could kiss Rinka or something. Like, that's the only thing. I have no idea what her cause of death... Well, actually, no, that's not true. We know her name. I have a feeling her cause of death might be that she just, like, killed herself. Because, like, low-key at the start of the game, she seemed, like, kind of suicidal. And, I have no idea, but I feel like maybe her regret could be that, like, she never got to be, like, lesbians with Rinka. But, honestly, I feel like I know less about Miharu than I do about number 9, who hasn't even been introduced in the game yet. The only thing we know about number 9 is that their regret is a gold medal, so maybe they're like Michael Phelps or something. Looks like Miharu knew exactly why I tried to stop Naomi, just as I figured. I might be the type of person to act before I think, but this time I knew it'd be the best to do the opposite. After parting ways with Miharu, I end up near Shigetsugu's house. Oh, we're gonna go talk to the child. I made sure to tell her I'd be doing so, to which she offered the warning, just be careful. Numeral 4's regret card is gone. That much is a fact. I like that she's still calling him Numeral 4 and not his name. I wasn't sure if I had it in me to elect you, but that's irrelevant now that I don't have all his cards. I like that she calls him Numeral 4 but then calls him you here. I think that's funny because the second she learned Sophia's name, she called her Sophia the entire time. Same thing with Keiko. The time will come when I have to steel myself for the inevitable. I won't be able to keep myself safe should you end up gathering all my information either. That's why I made my way here, to confirm whether or not our guess was correct. It isn't long before the reality of the matter will overturn that logic, however. Dun dun dun. I stand in front of Shigetsugu's house, mouth agape. That might not be the right way to put it. The house I've become so familiar with is no longer there. In its place, an empty lot. Not a single trace remains of the place Shigetsugu spent his final days. Yeah, because it's been like a month. Since his death was undone, that means he died like a month ago and they probably just tore down the house. A gust of wind blows through the lot, as if to accentuate the emptiness I feel. But you know what? This is the perfect place for you to just lay down at nighttime and then potentially get jumped by a bunch of rich kids from the other side of town, and then have them beat you so hard with rings that you become really scared and always carry a switchblade around with you. And then those same group of kids will eventually end up harassing you while they're drunk late at night while you're with Miharu, forcing you to draw that switchblade and stab one of them because they're drowning Miharu in the park fountain, thus forcing you to go on the run into hiding because you have a warrant out for murder, forcing you to go into a neighboring town and hide out in an old abandoned church, after which, when you arrive back in town, because the charges have been dropped, you see the church is actually burning, and there are some kids there still stuck inside, meaning you have to run inside to save them. Unfortunately, a girder from the church falls as the building is burning down, and it hits you in the back, paralyzing you from the waist down. At the same time, I noticed a familiar figure.
どうして僕を指名してくれなかったの？
It's was it Tom Brady? Not Tom Brady. Tom Brady? What? No, not Tom Brady. The other famous Tom. Tom Cruise. Wasn't he in that? Or was that before? That couldn't have been before his time, was it? No, he was in that. That's what I thought. Who else? Oh, Patrick Swayze. Tom Cruise. Who else was in that? Emilio Estevez. And Rob Lowe. That's yeah. Why didn't you elect me? It is numeral 4. You. His appearance hasn't changed since we last spoke, but his voice sounds somewhat younger.
どう
What?
してお姉ちゃんは僕を殺してくれなかったの？殺してほしいってお願いしたのに。
I asked you to kill me. I begged you to, but you didn't. Why? He somehow sounds even more serious than he did Saturday night.
次の選定の時は僕を殺してくれる？
Will you kill me during the next election, One-chan?
わからない。
I'm not sure. That's all I can muster. He cast his gaze to the ground before replying.
やっぱりこのままだったら未練を教えてもお姉ちゃんは僕の指名に踏み切れないよね。
I knew it. You won't elect me even if I tell you my regret. His voice grows deeper than before. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, I actually have something for this. Hold on. His eyes are as empty as they were in the court of fate.
今はまだお姉ちゃんは迷ってるけどお姉ちゃんには必ず僕を殺してもらうからね。
You still don't know what you should do. Don't worry. I'll make sure that you kill me.
ゆうくん、記憶が戻ったんだよね。だからゆうくんの持っていた本当の未練がカードに変わったから私たちの持っていたカードが消えた。
Your memories came back, didn't they? That's why your true regret replaced the ones that we knew.
眠っていた記憶には何があったの？
Just what was locked away within your memories?
地獄だよ。
Hell on earth.
Okay, I'm gonna stop doing that. I'm not sure what he means, but it doesn't seem to matter to him. He turns his back to me before continuing.
お姉ちゃんにも覚悟をしてもらうよ。
I hope you're prepared for what happened to face what happens next.
待って、もっと。
Wait, there's still more. He ignores my plea.
僕はお前に必ず。
You'll be the one to. I fail to catch his final words before he leaves. He said that what he said was
お前はもう死んでいる。
and then
何？お前はもう死んでいる。
yeah. Or maybe he said
I need to be myself.
But the tone of his voice had changed yet again. It felt as though each and every word he said pierced me. And as he fades into the sunset on the horizon, it reminds me of someone marching into a blazing hellfire. I mean, yeah, he did blow himself up on a subway. That's what killed Rinka. And Naomi. I only know that because it was in the beginning of the game, and for some reason, Rinka can't remember, or maybe her brain made her not remember, that she saw you get on the same subway car as her, open a backpack, pull out a bomb, and then everything exploded. Once home, all I can do is think about what you said. About how I don't have it in me to elect him, and about how I'll never be able to crank that soldier boy. It's true that he asked me to do so, but I never even had the opportunity to apologize for him denying that request. Oh, for denying him that request. I open up my card book once more.
これは残ってるんだ。
This is still here at least. As suspected, his memories have returned. His mother's cooking was a regret born from his amnesia. There's no doubt it was rooted deep in his psyche, but also inherently different from the regret he held before losing his memories. By that logic, it's odd that his name card didn't disappear along with his regret after regaining his memories. But the name card is still here. If the cards are based on personal perception, then it makes sense. So two possibilities exist. The first is that he had no name before. A boy has no name, just like Game of Thrones. The second is that he doesn't consider his previous name to be his real one. I'm leaning toward that idea. For example, he wants to distance himself from his previous self due to some bad experiences. Shigetsugu conjectured that his skill in combat came from being in an environment that demanded it. If that's the case, then he's likely been through all sorts of things that a normal person like me can't even imagine.
残酷だったのかな、私は。
Maybe I was too cruel. Maybe I should have killed that child. I can understand why he'd want to be eliminated to avoid remembering what all he'd gone through. He's likely struggling with his past right now. My own hesitation has caused him to suffer. Suffer, I hardly know her. It's something I should have realized with ease, yet I unconsciously avoided it. Eliminating another is the same as killing them. Another, I hardly know her. I was simply too scared to shoulder that sin. Shoulder, I hardly know her.
ナオミがいたら、なんて言うかな。
I wonder what Naomi would say if she heard all this. Wonder, I hardly know her. What would I have done if she were here? If she had shouldered that sin with me? Things are different from before, though. I'm not sure how she'd react to me possibly eliminating someone.
考えても仕方ないか。誰にもわからないことだから。
There's no point in thinking about this. No one else can understand how I feel. Once again, I seal the cap on my emotions. I opt to run away, all the while overlooking the future in store for me. Dun dun dun! Hashtag not like the other girls. In the end, I spend my days following that as normal. Oh, following that what? I spend my days following that as normal. The only notable difference is everyone getting ready for the culture festival. I put a temporary hold on my efforts to gather information. Mainly because I was curious about you said. I expect him to make some sort of move against me, so I've been half-heartedly watching out for that. I made sure to fill Miharu in too. Somewhat ironic how I chose not to form a pact with her, and yet we're practically working together. We haven't shared the details of one another's cards, but that's about it. One another's? One another's. Miharu seems to be at something of a loss regarding how to proceed herself. As for Alan and numeral 11, I haven't seen either of them since our last encounter. Alan did mention that he was trying to get his hands on information pertaining to that duo, so it's possible that both parties are scouting each other out now.
全然ダメだ。
Things can't go on like this. I decide to go through a walk through the park to take my mind off of things. The Culture Festival starts tomorrow and ends Sunday. I think that's supposed to be starts. I shouldn't have to worry about being elected this week, as long as I don't do the same to anyone else. I hope that things settle down a bit during the Culture Festival, since I've been hitting a wall so much recently. I need to get out my frustrations today to accomplish that, though. Sitting down on my favorite bench, I gaze at the buildings in the distance. A single crow flies past, which makes the clock tower that already stands out all the more captivating. I still find it hard to believe that this is the final destination Haruka mentioned. To me, it's a place where I associate with memories of my childhood and my talk with Naomi a while back, not about logging trucks or bad drivers. I have to admit, I'm surprised Miharu didn't tear me a new one on Monday. Maybe something changed within her during Divine Selection. Actually, hang on. If anyone's changed, it's me. I'm able to talk things out with her now. The same might apply to her. I've noticed that we've been keeping fewer things from each other. People can't forcefully change one another, but the way we interact with others can change along with us. That said, Naomi never changed her attitude toward me, despite how I treated her. She did everything she could to maintain the status quo. Stick to the status quo! Just like High School Musical. I understand the weight behind her offer to share responsibility with me far more than I did back then. Naomi. My phone rings as if in response to my mumbling. I open up my text app, only to learn it's none other than Naomi. The text reads, "What is it?" That's odd. It's like she heard what I just said, but that can't be. I didn't butt dial her or anything.
先輩
Rinka! I hear a voice come from behind me. From behind? Part of me thinks that I'm hearing things.
うわナオミうわうわうわうわうわうわナオミうわうわうわうわうわうわうわうわナオミ
Gah! Naomi!
すみません。そんなに驚かせてしまうなんて思いませんでした。
Sorry, I didn't intend to surprise you like that.
いやそれはいいんだけどあれどうして準備は大丈夫
Don't worry about it. Shouldn't you be preparing for tomorrow?
はい。準備も大部分が終わってるので、今日はみんなで早く帰ったんです。
We're mostly finished setting up, so we all decided to go home early today.
その分、明日は早朝からなんですけどね。
Of course, we have to wake up extra early tomorrow to make up for it.
リンカ先輩って遠足の前日にそわそわして眠れないって経験ありませんでしたか？
Have you ever gone through not being able to sleep the night before a big excursion?
私はあんまり
Not really.
先輩らしいです。私はそんな子だったんです。
How very like you. I was one of those kids myself.
それで、緊張とか不安とか、そういうので落ち着かなくって。ここに来れば落ち着くかなって思ったら、先輩がいて。
So, well, I was going through something similar today with the nerves and all, so I figured I might calm down if I came here, and I found you. I'm hungry.
その
The new TTS is so good.
たまにこの場所に来てたんです。リンカ先輩が教えてくれたこの場所、私もすごく好きだから。
Oh, you know what? Skidakada, kakoikada, skinanjanai. Let's get rid of the hair color too. No, we won't do that. Kakoika, skinanjanai, ski. I actually really like this place, so I've been coming every now and then ever since you first brought me. She struggles to hide her shy expression, not to mention her flushed cheeks. I feel myself cracking a smile.
ナオミはリーダーだしね大変だ
You are the class leader, so I guess you've got some stuff on her mind. I didn't know she was Buttercup.
もうプレッシャーかけないでください。
Don't put me under more pressure than I already am. Please. Also, don't compare me to the Powerpuff Girls.
私って
What?
地味だから。
Is it
ただで
is
さ
it
えこういうの
Buttercup?
初めて
Wait.
で
Wait.
昔から
Powerpuff
引っ込み思案だったから。
Girls theme song. Let's see. Does it have the lyrics? Why does it not have the lyrics? It's got all this in-depth. The wiki has all of this, in-depth like information about like the intro, but it doesn't actually have the. Oh no, it does. Oh no, it just has the. It just has the intro. It just has the narration, the sugar, spice, and everything nice. It doesn't have like the actual Buttercup. She's. Let's see. I gotta check. Here it is. Here it is. Where is it? Oh no. No, it is Blossom. It wasn't Buttercup. Blossom, commander and the leader. Bubbles, she's the joy and the laughter. Buttercup, toughest fighter. Powerpuff, save the day. Yeah. Okay. My mistake. As somebody who never watched Powerpuff Girls, I apologize. I hardly stand out, And this is the first time I've done something like this. It doesn't help that I've always been introverted.
大丈夫だよ。
You'll be alright. I know I shouldn't laugh, but there's just something inherently adorable about her. Part of me is envious over her ability to worry so much over something like this. That isn't the main reason I find myself smiling.
初めて会った時からは考えられないね。
I don't think I could ever imagine things turning out like this when we first met. The day we
恥ずかしいから
met
思い出さないでください。
colors and... Don't bring that up, please. I'll die of embarrassment. Is that 1,000 Miles Part 2? 1,000 miles. Is that even on here? Also, why does this show up? Oh no, it's not 1,000 Miles. That's a different song. Thousand years. Yeah. What was this for? Does this say Twilight? Was it for Twilight? The Twilight Saga Breaking Dawn soundtrack. Ellie Goulding? We met. Anyway.
懐かしい。あれはまだ4月の最初で。
It was around the beginning of April, wasn't it? Feels so like so long ago now. Da dun da 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 da. It was the Saturday after the first and second years had their entrance and opening ceremonies, respectively. Class ended in the morning for us that day, but I was told to stay behind and finish all the homework I hadn't handed in. Not that it was my fault I hadn't done it. Gran was going to the countryside at the end of March, so I spent most of my time helping her with her luggage and making preparations for living on my own. Not to mention the time spent learning the ropes, so Lion House could stay open. Those were all personal circumstances, though. Bringing them up with my teachers felt like I'd just be making excuses, so I refused. Thus, I ended up retreating into the library to get it all done. It looks like the library in 999, sort of. The place was empty because the new term had just begun, with the exception of one person. It also looks a lot like the library in Seabed. Or maybe the library in the city, not the one in the sanatorium. There we go. That person was Hitsuji Naomi, who had just started her life at Amacha. She must be a real bookworm to visit the library already. That was my first impression of her. I made my way over to an empty seat, piling up all the homework waiting to be done. Naomi sat not too far away from me, reading through a big pile of books. Thinking back, she must be a speed reader, considering she planned to finish the whole lot.
楽しいのかな?
Does she enjoy reading books here? I couldn't help but ponder aloud. She could have made some coffee and gotten cozy in her own bed to read if she just took him home. Granted, it wasn't my place to question her logic while I sat there to finish homework at the very beginning of a new term. I'm not even sure how long we were in there for. All I remember is that it had grown pitch black outside. Just as I was about to leave to avoid being shouted at for staying past opening hours, I noticed that Naomi was still there. She wasn't reading though. She looked like she was searching for something. I will find you. She made her way through the bookshelves, checking the spines one by one. Maybe she's looking for the critically acclaimed visual novel Seabed. Oh no. I can't recall if she said those exact words or not, but I did hear some sort of panicked noise. Her expression and attitude made it all the more apparent.
ねえ、どうしたの?
Hey, something the matter?
すみません。もう帰りますから。
Oh, sorry. I was just about to leave.
いや、私 私別に図書委員とかじゃないし、困ってるように見えたけど。
It's fine. I'm just a student. Did something happen? You seem troubled.
その
I, um, uh... Her reaction forced me to remember my bad reputation. Mao said that rumors about me spread like wildfire, even over the most minor of things, so the first years may already be aware of me. Golden streaks in my hair, an intimidating expression, and petite. It hurt to admit it, but most people would recognize someone with such specific traits. Judging by her demeanor, it's obvious that she's too scared to talk.
まあいいや。何か探してるんでしょ？それだけ教えて。勝手に手伝うから。
Whatever, you're looking for something, right? Just tell me what it is and I'll look around on my own.
その
But...
もうちょっとすると見回りの先生来て追い出されるよ。手伝うなって言うなら帰るけど、困ってるんでしょ？
It won't be long until a teacher kicks us out. If you don't want me to help, fine, but it seems important to you. I have found fond memories of how funny her reaction to that was. Her eyes darted all over as she struggled to find a reply. Eventually, she stared right at me before speaking up.
自分の手帳を文庫本と間違えてしまっちゃって。
I accidentally put my notebook on a shelf instead of a book.
本を読みながら歩いてたら間違えたことにも気づかなくって、その
I was reading a book at the same time, so I didn't even notice when I did it.
おっちょこちょい？
I take it you're the clumsy type? Apparently, she received the notebook from her mom as an enrollment gift. Losing it that fast might earn her a record or two. She'd probably get a prize in innovation for the way she did so, too. That said, I felt bad for her. It didn't seem likely that anyone would stumble across it, considering how many books the library had. Things would only get more difficult as the days passed and people switched them in and out, too. That's why I decided to help her out. A teacher eventually did come along to chase us off. I stopped searching at that point, instead opting to buy Naomi some time. An hour or so later, she managed to find it.
本当にご迷惑をおかけしました。ありがとうございました。先生も説得してくれて。
I don't know why. But this background looks really creepy. Like the school background at night really does look creepy. Thank you so much for your help. You even went and convinced the teacher for me.
説得って言うのかな、あれ。まあでも、見つかってよかったね。さ、帰りな。
I'm not sure what I did counts as convincing, but hey, I'm glad you found it. You better make your way downtown, walking fast, faces past, and be homebound. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na.
駅まで一緒に。
Could we go to the station together?
私と一緒にいるところを見られたら、変な噂でも立つかもよ。
It's the way she paused and went, hen. People are gonna start rumors about you if they catch you with me.
噂？どうしてですか？
Because I'm short. Rumors? Why would they? Because I'm short.
だってさっき、私のこと怖がってなかった？
You should know. Weren't you scared of me earlier?
怖がってた？いえ、あれは、恥ずかしくって。
Scared? Oh, not at all. I was just embarrassed over what I'd done.
あんななくし方、普通しないじゃないですか。
I may be the only person to lose something like that.
それもそうだね。
That's probably true. I felt dumb for worrying about my reputation. She didn't know, and my appearance hadn't intimidated her. It wasn't all that special a moment when I think about it, but somehow, I felt like it was.
獅子舞凛花。よろしくね。
Shishimai Rinka, pleased to meet you.
獅子舞先輩。私は羊直美です。よろしくお願いします。
It's Suji Naomi. Pleased to meet you. I think it took less than a week for her to become more casual around me. Oh, it's worth noting that she tripped over herself on our way to the station. There was nothing special about how we met, yet it was memorable. It was a memorable occasion to me, regardless. Both of us laugh as we talk about the past.
そういえばさ、なんで図書室で手帳を出してたの？
Why'd you have that notebook out in the library anyway?
読んだ本の題名とか感想とかを書くようにしてるんです。私にとってはそれが日記の代わりで、同じ本でも読む日によって感想が変わることもありますし。
I make a point to note down the title of whatever I've read and my thoughts. You could say it's my diary of sorts. My thoughts on certain books change depending on when I read them, too. It's taken 2 months, but now my curiosity is sated. It makes sense considering how organized she is.
ねえ、ナオミ。
先輩、
月曜日に言おうと。
Do I have something for this? Do I have something for this? Hey, can I? About Monday. We both speak at the same time, interrupting one another. The embarrassment that follows leads to a brief silence. We do it a second time, but Naomi smiles.
どうぞ。
You go first. Teehee.
文
Teehee.
化祭が終
Hero.
わったら話そうって考えてたんだけどさ。
Hero.
この機会だし、言うね。
Thanks. I wanted to wait until after the culture festival, but this feels like a good time.
私がナオミを突き放しちゃったこと。
I
謝ろ
wanted
うと思っ
to
て。
apologize for the way I treated you.
ごめんね。私の勝手で遠ざけちゃって。
Sorry for trying to wedge a wall between us. That was selfish of me.
そんな。だって凛花先輩は私のこと心配してくれたから。それは分かってるから。そんな謝らなくっても。
Not at all. I know you did it out of concern, so there's no need to apologize. Her eyes are darting all over again, but I make sure to keep my eyes on her. I need her to understand that she shouldn't hold back. There's nothing holding her back. Noticing that, she nods.
私はやっぱり弱いまま。だからね、もしナオミが良ければ。
Nothing's changed since then. I'm still as weak as ever. So if you're fine with it, then... Naomi cuts me off with a hug. She pulls me right in and squeezes hard enough that I feel each of her fingers caressing my back.
答えなんて決まってるじゃないですか。
You already know the answer to that question. And then we pan out. We zoom out and we see Miharu looking at them from the distance.
ありがとう。
Thanks, Naomi.
すみません。つい。
Sorry for hugging you out of nowhere. She pushes herself far away from me, leaving her hands out in front of her. I grab both with my right hand and then place my left on top.
まあでも、まずは明日と明後日の文化祭頑張ってね。
You should focus on tomorrow and Sunday for now, though. Right. We spend some time chatting away following that. Once the park is about to close, we leave. It really is strange. The time we spent together in the park was brief, but it made me feel far better than I had in a long time. Oh. You know what this looks like?
おはよう凛花。
This looks like the exact spot, and this might be a little different, but this almost looks like the exact spot in Origaru where Yui comes up and she's like, "Hello, Hachiman, I've got honey toast." And it's just bread. Good morning.
あ、おはよ
Morning. Miharu arrives at school as I'm thinking back over the past week. We agreed to meet before moving on to help our class and stuff. Oh, you know what I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of every time I see past, I'm like vaguely reminded of something. And I think it's a voice line from... I think it's one of Sanhua's voice lines. She has her "why hesitate when you know the answer" or something. But there's also another one where she says something it's like something something something, leaving the past behind. But that could also be Baja. I don't really remember. Just waiting on Mao now. Then the three musketeers will have gathered.
今週ずっと考え込んでいるように見えたけれど、少しすっきりしたようだね。何かあったのかい？
You seem less concerned than earlier this week. Did something happen?
何かちょっとお散歩しただけ
Nah, I just went on a refreshing walk.
そうかい。難しい顔をする凛花も魅力的だけれど、今日くらいは気分転換をした方がいい。羊さんの頑張りの成果も見に行くのだろう。
Is this supposed to be like family market or something? I'll take your word for it. As much as I love your troubled expression, I'd much rather see you relaxed today, especially when the fruits of Nami's labor are on display.
意外だね。美晴がナオミのこと気にするなんて。
Not every day that you concern yourself with her.
そうかな。僕もちゃんと彼女が
She's
頑張って
beefing.
いたことは
She's
認めているよ。
Naomi's biggest hater. You think? I'm more than willing to admit that she's been working hard for this.
そうだね。
Yeah.
やっと笑ってくれたね。僕でも君を笑わせることができて安心しているよ。
There it is. That's the smile I want to see. I'm glad that I can even make you wear it.
大げさなんだから。
Jeez, you really know how to exaggerate. Wait, I got something for this. I got something for
寝坊
this.
しちゃったよ。
Jeez. I thought we were just friends playing Minecraft.
Morning, troops. Sorry, I kinda overslept. Mao turns up 5 minutes late. Her face, not to mention the bags under her eyes, make it obvious that she's pretty worn out.
文化祭だから余裕と思って、つい家にある漫画を読み返しちゃってたよ。あー、眠。
Figured I'd be solid, but then I started to read some manga I had lying around. Man, I'm beat.
平日だって同じでしょ。まあちょっと早めに待ち合わせしておいたし大丈夫。行こうか。
Rest in peace. Not like you're any different during the week. We did set the meeting time expecting this to happen though, so let's go. Rest in peace, Mao. Getting roasted like that.
お疲れ。
Good job.
なんとも形容しがたい中途半端さだったね。
I'm not sure my vocabulary can cover just how awful that was.
占いの館という安直な名前なのはともかくとして、部屋を暗くして水晶を置いておけば雰囲気が出ると思っているようだね。
They honestly thought making the room dark and putting a crystal ball in it would make it feel authentic. Let's not even mention how they literally just called it fortune teller.
予算が
Like
ないか
Penn
ら
and Teller? Or
衣
Yuri
装が
Geller?
黒い布をまとうだけというのは仕方がないけれど、僕たちの仕事がお客さんの占い結果を印刷して渡すだけというのは面白みに欠けるよ。
I won't blame them for throwing on some black cloaks considering their budget, but there's something to be said about having us simply print out a customer's fortune and hand it to them.
美晴、今日毒がすごいね。
You're spitting a lot of venom today.
まあまあ、うちはそれなりに楽しめた
I'm
よ。
Come on, I had some fun at least. Miharu wasn't wrong though. It was very meh, to say the least. The fortune telling itself was done via PC program, bought by one of the girls familiar with that sort of stuff. So that wasn't bad. It's like, has anyone ever played, I don't even know why I'm asking, I know it, nobody has. If you've ever played Ubisoft Imagine Figure Skater, there's actually like a fortune telling thing within the game. Every day you can like open the game and you can go to, I think you can do it multiple times per day if you progress time in the game, but you can go to the gymnasium and you can try and shoot a basketball, like you can try and shoot a basket, and depending on what happens, it like determines, it's supposed to like determine your luck for the day. And I just thought it was really funny that they put something like that in. Of course, the comedy comes from the fact that as figure skating girl, she's like super bad at basketball. So she just kind of lobs the ball and hopes for the best. You put your date of birth and some other info in, like your mother's maiden name, the street that you grew up on, and the name of your first pet, as well as your CVV and the expiration date of your credit card. And spit out a result based around horoscopes. It was our job to print and hand out results to anyone who wanted them. She probably didn't get permission from the creator to use it for this, so the idea was a bit of a gray area. Then again, charging 100 yen per go probably tipped the scales.
しかし、これでやっと文化祭を堪能できるね。
More importantly, that's not her voice. Now we get to actually enjoy the culture festival.
羊さんの喫茶店へ立ち寄ったら、僕は図書室で午後まで時間を潰して帰宅させてもらうけどね。
If by enjoy you mean spend time in the library till noon before going home, then yes. Well, once we're done with Nami's class, I mean.
うちも。まあでもみんな頑張ってるし、せっかくだし、校内一周はしとかないとね。
Relax, I'm doing the same. Though, hey, might as well get a look at what's going on elsewhere before that.
Ah, 疲れたね。
You, I'm beat. We actually end up walking around the whole school. Wow! Mao doesn't have it in her to skip stuff she has no interest in if she sees that people put effort into it. Not sure if I should praise her for that or not. We're used to her dragging us around like this since last year, so neither me nor Miharu are bothered. Not that we'd admit it to her, of course. Well, we do skip out on the stuff going on at the auditorium and courtyard, so you could argue it is more of a case of self-gratification. There's still plenty to see and learn from going around and checking out different stuff at least. Speaking of, there's one major thing I noticed while we're doing so.
校内カップ持ってる人が多いよね。
There are plenty of people carrying cups around, aren't there?
プラスチックのキャップのついた紙コップだね。
Indeed! They even have plastic lids on them.
繁盛してるってことですな。校内で持ち運べるようにしたのは正解かもだね。
Looks like letting people take their cups around campus was the right idea. They must be pretty busy.
ナオミ、頑張ってるかな。
Hopefully it's all going okay.
リータンも気になる？じゃ、そろそろナオリンの教室に突撃しよう。
Curious, are we? Well, it's time to begin our grade in her class then. I don't know what I'm doing anymore with Mao. We've already passed by once. What? We've already passed by once already, so we know which way to go. The corridors have been gradually filling up with people as the day drags on. We make our way through the crowd with one destination in mind. Some could say it's a digital corridor.
おお、飾り付けしてある。
Ooh, they got it all nice and fancy looking. The first year classrooms are up on the third floor, with Naomi's being at the end of the corridor. There seems to be a lot of customers too, possibly thanks to the tickets they're selling at the reception area. One door is being used as the entrance, with the other as the exit. A number of people are making their way out, plastic cups in hand. It feels similar to what you'd see at a big coffee shop chains. Granted, this is largely meant to be used as more of a rest area. You can see the dripping procedure as well, but I guess that's part of the experience. It's drippy? They got drippy coffee? There's a nice fragrance making its way into the hallway. That's a good sign. It's probably one of the reasons why it's so busy. You don't normally get the chance to enjoy something like this at school. I split the tickets between the three of us before we make our way in.
あれ、ナオリンは？
Huh? Where's Naureen?
見当たらないね。
I don't see her anywhere.
ちょっとうち聞いてみるよ。
Let me go ask. She approaches one of the girls at the door to ask. Seems like this is where you pay if you don't have a ticket. 200 yen a cup makes sense when you take the budget into account.
ナオリン、資材が足りないってことで友達と一緒に追加の買い物に行ってるみたい。さっき出たばっかりだからちょっと時間かかるかもって。
Looks like she just went out with some friends to stock up since they're running low. She just left, so it'll be a while before she's back.
予想外に人が来てるみたいだよ。
Guess they got a lot more customers than expected.
羊さん、場を任せられるようにきちんとしていたんだね。さすがだよ。
She must have this place under tight control. I'm impressed.
どうする？また後で来る？
Wanna come back later?
せっかく来たし、いただいてこっか。またちょっとしたら来ればいいし。
Nah, might as well stick around now that we're here. We can always come back again.
そうだね。うちも座りたかったし。
Sounds good. My feet have been begging for a seat anyway. Mihadu nods in agreement. She thinks that she can vaguely see what we went. What? We went? We met? We hand our tickets over and get some coffee. That's an awfully hot coffee pot. They're the same chairs we used for class, but they have nice tablecloths and decorations set up on the desk. Makes it an ideal spot to sit down and escape all the activities outside. And the coffee's nice and fragrant, so they've definitely worked hard on it. I can just imagine Naomi doing her best to teach anyone how to brew it, or everyone. I hope I get the chance to taste her coffee when she's back.
羊さんもライオン館が好きみたいだね。
Naomi's fondness of Lion House is rather apparent.
言われてみれば小物とかのセンスも似てるよね。出張版？
It is kind of similar now that you mention it. Feels like a spin-off, like Puma House.
ナオミはうちに通ってたし、小物を一緒に買いに行ったりしてたからかな。
Makes sense, considering how often she came. I helped her pick out the coasters and things too.
くすそうだね。きっと凛花の影響だ。
You truly are a big influence on her, aren't you? Mao asks for some milk and extra sugar. Sugar, I hardly know. I take a peek into her cup to see the results. Her coffee is almost pure white. She takes a sip before changing the subject.
そういやさ、最近1年に転校生来てたりしてたっけ？白い髪の小さい子なんだけど、見覚えがなくって。
Oh yeah, was there a new transfer student or something among the first years? I noticed someone I hadn't seen before. They're small and have white hair.
朝来るときにちらーって見かけたんだよね。
Didn't get a proper look, but I caught sight of him this morning.
転校生かい？わからないよ。僕はあまり他の学年のことは知らないからね。
I'm not too familiar with the other years, so I couldn't tell you.
私もマオよく見てるね。
Same. I'm surprised you noticed though.
いや、あの子は一回見れば覚えてるはずだよ。リータンに負けず劣らず尖ってたからね。
It's hard not to notice the kid like that. They stand out as much as you do, Rinny, she says with her pink. Well, then again, Naomi also has pink hair, so.
高一にしてはちょっと幼い感じだけど、ボーイッシュな顔つきで可愛い感じ。あれはバレンタインにチョコもらいまくりですな。
Look a bit young to be in high school, but their boyish appearance was kind of cute. No doubt they get tons of chocolate on Valentine's Day.
そんなに印象的だったのかい？
Did they stand out that much? That's not her voice.
そうだね。ナオリンのとこに遊び行くとき、どのクラスの子か聞いてみよっか。
Yep. Want me to ask when you get the opportunity?
まさか。
Holy guacamole, no, it can't be true. There's a something, something, something they could, yeah, something, and dope. Why are there two versions of this? What is this version? Wait, what is this version? This is did they redo this? What is this? Oh, this is the West End cast recording, and this is the original Broadway cast.
Oh, hey, Lucy, what's up? Check this out. I just
Use the text from Charlotte. Who told me the nastiest thing about Kendra? Kendra? No. What? Why is it so behind? Everything Charlotte says is a lie. It's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie. Everything Charlotte says is a lie. You better not believe her.
She says she saw Kendra and Evan at the mall, standing in basement. Everything Charlotte says is a lie. You better not believe her. No, she's so full of it. But really, really, really don't say anything. Of course not. I won't say a word. Yellow? Cassie? Charlotte! Yo! Everything Charlotte says is a lie. Everything Molly says it's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. Everything Charlotte says is Mommy says is a lie. You better not.
Holy guacamole, give it through. All the dots connect as she describes this person to us. White hair, young looking, boyish. There's only one person that could be. Arlen. There's only one person I know who fits that description.
でも考えすぎかな。制服を着てたんでしょ？
I'm probably overthinking things. They had our school uniform on, right?
そうだから1年生の子って分かったんだけど、お、帰ってきたみたいだよ。
Yep, that's why I figured they're first year. Oh, hey, looks like they're back. A few girls make their way through the entrance holding large plastic bags. Do they ever feel like them, though? Naomi's nowhere to be seen, though. Maybe she's a firework. Mao heads to the back to ask again.
なんかナオに知り合いがいるかもって挨拶しに行ったんだって。
Apparently, she's talking to someone she knows.
しかも今話した1年の子みたいなんだけど、挨拶って何があったのかな？
And what do you know? It's the transfer student we were talking about. I wonder if something happened between them.
嘘！
No way! I shut my thoughts for all to hear. I'm not overthinking things. I can't figure out why, but I just know.
ごめん。どっかで待ってて。
Sorry. Do me a favor and wait elsewhere.
いいたん？
Renee, what's up? I make eye contact with Mihadu. Looks like we're on the same page. I rush out of the classroom, leaving Mihadu to deal with Mao. He's here. Use! Come to my school to crank that soldier boy. I make my way out to the hallway, which is as lively as ever. There's even more people than before, which leads to an even bigger line to get into the classroom.
ナオミは？
Where's Naomi? I don't see them anywhere. You should stand out regardless of how many people there are, so they must not be on this floor. Immediately after that, something I could never expect unfolds. A thunderous roar bursts down the hallway. The whole building shakes. It's a bit too short, too weak to be an earthquake though. Unrest starts to spread through the students and visitors though. None of them expected something like this to occur. Worry and confusion take hold. A sharp headache follows soon after. It's similar to the one I experienced when I first met you in person. Wait, that's right. Our meeting in front of Shigetsugu's house wasn't our first. She's gonna remember that she blew up on a subway car. My memory's still fuzzy, but my psyche is sending me warning signals. Either way, all I can do is head toward the source of the noise. I dash to the crowd, who have already begun to settle back down. It isn't until I'm on my way to another floor that an evacuation order gets issued. Naomi finds herself in pursuit of a young boy. She doesn't know his name, but the look in his eyes was familiar. While the class leader has to make sure everything runs smoothly, she decides to go with some friends to stock up and ensure they don't miss anything, as well as take charge in the off chance that what they need is sold out. As expected, they couldn't find the exact same things they needed, but she was able to pick out suitable replacements. Fortunately, she expected that things might become hectic on their first day. She did everything she could to make sure things would go well, but it's rare for that to happen when doing such things for the first time. Curious about how things are going, they make their way back to school. Everything is fine until Naomi notices a boy with white hair amongst the students. A monk? And he's wearing the Ame-cha uniform. The most striking thing about him is that he would be easy to mistake for a regular student thanks to his gender-neutral appearance. However, Naomi is aware of his true nature. He is our participant in divine selection. She's like the dog. He could very well be Rinka's enemy. I forgot that this was an all-girls school. I was gonna say, wait, we're finally gonna see like what the other uniform looks like. I forgot this is called Amacha Girls High School. So, I forgot that he was gonna be wearing he's wearing like the same thing. He's wearing like the default one that Naomi wears, like the full one, like with the, I don't know what you call it, the skirt and then like the double-breasted, like, I don't know. It's not really like a vest. I guess it's sort of like a vest. Maybe it's a vestibule. He looks all around as he explores the school. Naomi can only surmise that he is searching for someone, most likely Rinka. At first, she considers getting in touch with Rinka, who's probably still at school, but her phone's battery has died. Out of all the things to forget, it had to be charging her phone. Naomi has already convinced herself to take charge of the situation. She makes up an excuse for her friends and then begins to tail him. Dun 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 dun. Something's different. He resembles a predator searching for its prey. This isn't the same person she saw at the station the other day. Her gut is telling her that he's planning something here. Her heart races, every thump is palpable. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Just then, a sharp headache overtakes her. Her mind flashes back to the dream she had of Rinka's death, dreams she has told Rinka about. Those were memories of an event that had been undone. There are still too many question marks surrounding it, though. Why it happened, how it happened, and the perpetrator behind it. Dun, dun, dun. The perpetrator? Dun, dun. The memories begin to catch up with her as she tells the boy, dun, 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 dun. Why is there suddenly a perpetrator involved? The answer is simple. She recognizes the look in that boy's eye. This isn't about Rinka anymore. I'm as involved with him as she is. It's Tsuji Naomi, the 13th member of Divine Selection, hiding somewhere in Japan. The one they call the ultimate plot twist. I'm her. The worse her headache gets, the more she realizes that her dreams are in fact reality. He makes his way to a less crowded area, despite seeming to be in search of someone. And it makes tailing him much more difficult. But Naomi refuses to back down. She's a big fan of Nikkei 30. Eventually, he makes his way into a certain classroom. One not being used by any class for the Culture Festival. It's serving as the storage area for unused chairs and desks. Naomi is able to find an appropriate hiding spot thanks to that. However, her hopes of remaining hidden are quickly shattered. There's no need to keep hiding. She can't stifle her surprise at being called out to. Her exclamation may be silly, but she's aware there's no time to be embarrassed over such a minor thing. While she's unsure what to say, he opts to carry the conversation forward. I know that you're dear to numeral 1. She died after protecting you from the blast on that train, after all. Those dreams are real, then? A chill runs straight down her spine, like spooky, scary skeletons. Her every nerve files signals of fear upon confirmation that her dreams are reality. I bear no ill will towards you, but regardless, I need you to become a sacrifice. It's her duty alone to kill me. Oh, I see what he plans on doing. Oh, this is very clever. He's planning on killing Naomi, probably with the bomb or something like that, creating an explosion to kill Naomi, thus forcing Rinka to elect him in the next Divine Selection. Because when somebody is elected in Divine Selection and they're successfully, like all 3 of their cards have been confirmed, and they get killed, all of their actions that they've taken up until the point of their election get undone. So if Yu kills Naomi, and then Rinka is then forced to elect him, and by doing so, he'll end up dying way at the start of this in that initial explosion on the subway, and it'll undo everything he's done from the point of his death until he gets elected, which will bring Naomi back to life.
あの人は僕を生かしてしまった。僕を目覚めさせてしまった。
Wait, I've got something for this. I've got something for this. She spared my life before, and as a result, awakened my true self.
I wanted someone strong who could protect me. I let his anger fester and infect me. His solution is a lie. No one here deserves to die except for me and the monster I created. Yeah! Heads up, JD, I'm a dead girl walking. Can't hide from me, I'm a dead girl walking. And there's your final bell. It's one more dance and then farewell. Cheek to cheek in hell with a dead girl walking.
僕は生きていてはいけない人間だ。たった一つの生き方しかできないから。
I only know one way to live, and that's why I need to be erased, no matter the cost. A light flashes through the room before Naomi can process what the boy means. A massive roar thunders alongside the light. Wait, I have something for this. I have something perfect for this.
Creeper. Oh man.
The windows in the classroom crack under the atmospheric pressure of the blast, and Naomi is blown away without even a moment to scream. Once again, she has come face to face with a bomb. It is in this moment that she remembers her fate is inherently connected to the others. I'm surprised she didn't just. I guess it couldn't have been that big of a bomb. I was gonna say, I'm surprised she didn't just like die. It hurts.
お前の尾行には気がついていた。もともとお前をこの教室に連れて行こうと思っていたから助かったよ。
This is like sort of when Redacted did Redacted and then Redacted and then Redacted and then Redacted. Yeah. I knew you were tailing me all along, but it worked out in my favor. I planned on bringing you to this room in the first place. Truth is, the game was rigged from the start.
この部屋の机の中に複数の爆弾を仕掛けていたんだ。お前を殺すために。
I planted a number of bombs at the desks here. All of this, just to kill you. Man, I'm really glad that Yu is actually doing, like, he's actually making, like, some major moves in this stream, or else the title would have made no sense. I like how, like, anything she's saying is just being turned into her whimpers, but we've got, like, full-on, like, oh, why would you? In being such close contact with the explosion, Being in such close contact with the explosion has marred her entire body with third-degree burns and worse, blood. In the water. She's gotten pierced by several pieces of shrapnel that formed from the blast. The raw force of the blast has crushed her ribs. Oh no, she needs those. Her breathing is ragged and weak, and ready to fade at any moment.
選定の参加者っていうのは皮肉だね。こんな狭いところで爆発させれば僕だってただでは済まないはずにもかかわらず傷は頬の切り傷一つ。
It's ironic how things work for us participants. The explosion should have affected me just as badly, but all I get is this scratch on my cheek.
風向きや壁になった机に偶然助けられ守られている。
The wind also happened to blow in my favor, while the desks simply happened to shield me.
もう喋れないようだね。
As for you, Try not to Kawashabi talk anymore. Fragments of the objects caught in the blast are smoldering in every corner of the room. The cracked windows eventually give in and collapse, allowing a large supply of oxygen to flow in. In response, even the tiniest of flames spark up. Naomi can only lay there as the heat washes over her in waves. Wait, you mean to say that the heat washes over her in waves, like a sort of heat waves? All this while her senses slowly, steadily fade.
これだけ派手にやればあっちの方も問題なさそうだね。
This should serve as more than enough to have her realize what's at stake. Why?
まだ喋れたのか。さっきからそればっかりだね、お前は。
You're still able to talk? I'm surprised you'd even bother in your condition. His frigid response is enough to douse the strongest of flames.
僕は死ななければならない。生きていちゃいけない人間なんだ。
I told you already. I need to be erased, no matter the cost. You'll die, so that I may die.
でもね、せめてその死には意味があると信じたい。あの人に殺されれば、僕の死にも意味があったと思えるんだ。きっと。
But at the same time, I want to believe there's meaning behind my death. I'm positive that her being the one to do me in would supply such a meaning.
あの人は僕を殺せなかった。このままではずっと同じ。だから、覚悟してもらう。
She lacks the will right now, though. That's why I'm going to give it to her. Why?
しつこいな。もう間もなく死ぬだろうけれど、余計なことを話されると厄介かもしれない。
So persistent. You're about to die, but still. I'd rather not reveal too much. We have unwanted listeners, after all. Looks at the camera.
殺してあげるよ。
Don't worry, I'll make it quick. The boy approaches and clasps his hands around Naomi's thin neck. Not an ounce of hesitation or worry is in his voice. And yet... Why do you look so sad? I would have thought that he would have snapped her neck, rather than trying to, like, choke her out. I don't know. It seems like a weird choice, considering everything else he's done up until this point. Even on the brink of death, she can notice the grief lurking behind the fierce look in his eyes.
黙れ。
Shut up! Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. He crushes her throat before breaking it. Okay, so he was gonna break her neck. I thought he was gonna, like, choke her out for some reason. I was like, really? The sound of her bones breaking gets muted by the wood crackling in the flames. He notices footsteps outside the classroom. His eyes focus on the door. Veronica, open the door, please. Veronica, open the door.
ちょうどいいところに来たね。
Good timing. Even Rinka's cries are overwhelmed by the roaring fire. Like Philip? Oh no, that's raging fire. The fire alarm rings to the PA system, warning both students and visitors of the situation at hand. Warning, a fire has been detected. Please evacuate in a calm and orderly fashion. Warning, a fire has been detected. Please evacuate in a calm and orderly fashion. Warning, a fire has been detected. Please evacuate in a calm and orderly fashion. It isn't necessary for me to understand what is going on, though. I'm bearing witness to the sea of fire that caused it to go off. Inside the room are two figures cloaked within the flames. Neon will stop talking in this specific cadence. I can't process the situation immediately. The smoke bellowing from the room burns my throat as I struggle to speak.
No.
I may have been better off not knowing what happened. Her body is lifeless, like a puppet without its support, and her body is being held by a boy. You! He steps away from her, and her body collapses to the floor. I dash toward her in an attempt to catch her. I have no chance to reach her in time, though. Just as her body touches the floor, the flames swarm all over her uniform. Oh, so he secretly brought in a canister of butane as well. I press on, though. Nothing will stop me from getting to her. Or so I think. Before I know it, I've fallen on my behind. It was Yu's doing. He approached and knocked me down without me noticing.
お前がやったのか。
Did you do this?
僕は昔から英雄になるようにと刷り込まれてきた。
Okay, everything. I've been instructed to become a hero ever since I can remember.
英雄なんていうのは使う側にとって都合のいい言葉に過ぎない。そんなことは分かっていたけど、僕にはそれしかない。
The entire concept of becoming a hero is a cheap way for others to make you do their bidding. Excuse me. I knew that, yet I did nothing. It was all I knew.
両親を知らず、友人を知らず、仲間も知らなかった。かつての僕にあったのはただ、すべきことだけ。
I had no parents, no friends, and certainly no allies. The only thing my past self had were missions to accomplish.
継続的に与えられる命令をこなしていれば、僕は生きることができた。無価値な毎日だ。
Everything about my life was meaningless. I simply carried out every mission assigned to me in order to live on.
わけわかんないこと言うなよ。ナオミに何をした？
I don't care. What have you done to Naomi?
お前を殺した時も、僕にとっては命令の一つだった。無価値な毎日の延長で、僕は死ぬ。
Your death was one such consequence. The only difference that time around was that I died along with you.
僕には、僕自身にとって無価値な英雄という言葉が贈られるはずだった。
I was meant to go out like a hero. The very image of a hero I recognized as worthless.
僕は変わってしまったんだ。
Something in me changed, though.
救急。ナオミ、助けなきゃ。ナオミ。
I need to call an ambulance. Hang in there, Naomi.
価値ある人生というものを知ってしまった。
He's doing such a good villain. She's like freaking out. He's like villain monologuing over here. I learned what it meant to lead a worthwhile life. But now that my memories have returned, I have no right to desire such a thing.
ならせめて、僕はお前に価値ある死を送られたい。そう死ねるのは人間だけだ。
In its place, the very least I can wish for is a meaningful death. To go out as a person, not a hero.
僕は人間だ。人形なんかじゃないんだ。
I'm no hero, nor am I someone's puppet. I'm a human being, like everyone else. He's like the press Scaramouche. Scowlemoose. That's gonna be my new name for him. He's gonna be Scowlemoose. Kill me. Settle the score with your own fate. Shut the hell up. Nothing he's saying registers, except for the fact that you can't escape from crossing fate. Fight! Naomi's the only thing I'm concerned with. Not even the flames can distract me from that. Beating back the heat, I rise to my feet. Wow, look at that rhyme. I reach my hand through the smoke, out toward her.
好きにすればいい。僕たちはこれで死ぬことはない。
Fine. Do what you want. We can't die from this anyway.
最後にこれだけ言っておくよ。
Let me make one thing clear, though.
ナオミを。
Give her back.
僕だって簡単に殺されるつもりはないよ。
I have no intention of letting myself get killed so simply. Give Naomi back. You is no longer in my line of sight. I don't care about that though. There's only one thing on my mind. One thing I understand the moment I make contact with her lifeless body. It's too late to save her. I thought he was gonna drop like a my final regret is. Oh, this is different. Oh, it's this guy.
こんばんは、お嬢さん。
This is why Federico goes, yeah, see? Because we made this guy sound like this, I'm pretty sure, when we first met him. Good evening, young lady.
辛かったようだけれど、これも一つの運命だ。
A harrowing experience befell you, I see. Alas, such is fate. Stop.
炎の中で、君はやっと真実を思い出したのだろう？
Amidst those flames, you finally remembered the events that transpired, yes?
もう見ないふりはできないね。
You can no longer avert your eyes from the truth, but you know, there's always another option. I don't want to know.
今夜は多く喋るのは無粋なようだね。それでは、簡潔に行こう。
Perhaps I'm best off keeping this brief. In that case, let's proceed.
ようやく、運命と向き合う時だ。
It's time for you to face your own fate. I noticed the bomb inside the bag. The specifics are beyond me, but it comprised a tube and a bag. The events come back to me in slow motion. Sparks fly from it, causing the liquid inside the bag to spark. An explosion followed, swallowing the train in flames. I remember exactly who was responsible. You.
僕は英雄になるんだ。
I'm going to become a hero. This was before I had my card book, so I shouldn't have understood what he was saying. But I understand though. Now, though I'm not sure why. The explosion sent him flying first. The salarymen beside him followed almost instantly. The train was full due to everyone making their way home from work, so this was likely the ideal time to cause the most damage. The smell of burnt fat ran through the train.
Naomi!
My first instinct was to shield Naomi. I felt a tremendous impact on my back, a back impact, which sent both me and Naomi flying. The train had stopped by this point, but panic had spread among those not taken out by the blast. Meanwhile, my body had been devastated. I couldn't tell what state I was in. All I knew was that I wouldn't make it. As such, the only thing on my mind was Naomi. If I wasn't gonna make it, then I'd do all I could to make sure Naomi did. She had hit her head after the blast, however, rendering her unconscious. I couldn't say for sure whether or not this was a mere coincidence. The boy responsible for all this landed right in front of me after the blast. The flames continued to consume both our bodies.
いや、僕は英雄に。
Now I'll finally be a hero.
ふざけるな。
Don't kid yourself. Get it? 'Cause you're a kid? I'm not sure if we actually exchanged words then. It may just be something I made up as a coping mechanism.
お前は英雄なんかにはなれない。
You won't become a hero. Stay where you belong, as a hero. You will never be.
人間ですらない。
You're not even human.
ただの人形だ。
You are just a puppet. Lagoos. The boy used his remaining strength to extend his hands to my throat, and he crushed it. At that moment, the flames lit up again, blowing him out of the train.
Senpai! Senpai!
Naomi's screams called out to me while I was on the brink of death. No, it's verge of death. It grants you +8 attack and speed, -8 defense and res, and makes it so and gives you null panic. As the fierce flames in the train grew fiercer, the fire in my soul flickered and faded. As the fierce flames grew fiercer. You know what I have to say to that?
We don't need to learn to make fire when I'm spitting all the heat we could ever need.
Those were the memories I had forgotten. The truth locked away within my subconscious. It's no wonder my cause of death card never materialized when I thought I simply got caught in a fire. The fire wasn't what killed me. It was suffocation after having my throat crushed. I'm just imagining, like, she's having this really dramatic moment, and then it's like, bing, and like her book lights up and there's a card. I hear the sound of rain outside as I wake up. Looking out the window, I notice how dark it is, despite the time. Small droplets of rain pour endlessly from the sky. It's the beginning of the rainy season. Leith, who dislikes the rain, is curled up in a corner of the room. I struggle to remember exactly what happened between now and yesterday. Apparently, Miharu rescued me from the flames after I fell unconscious. How I got home is a mystery, but it looks like I didn't bother to change or even crawl into bed. When I woke up, I was on the floor. Yesterday's events were no dream either. Checking on my phone, it made the news, though without much prominent coverage. It doesn't seem like it's being reported as a terrorist attack. I'm not sure why. Possibly because they haven't finished their inspection yet. Yeah, it could have just been a gas leak. How they're reporting of it isn't any interest to me, though. I already know the most important consequence of it. The fire was put out before it could cause any serious damage. I made it out with only some minor burns, but there was one casualty in the end. One person incredibly dear to me. Naomi. Out of all the people there, only one lost their life. And out of all the people there, it had to be Naomi. The more I repeat that to myself, the more I try to pretend it never happened, just like Serapro. Why? Why her? What did she do to deserve it? That's all I can think. My fault. Naomi died because of me, because I got her involved. I'm to blame. I'm to blame for her death. This wouldn't have happened if I pushed her away. This wouldn't have happened if I'd never asked her to shoulder the burden with me. If I weren't so weak then. None of that is relevant anymore, though. They're nothing but what ifs. What I'm facing right now is reality. What I'm facing right now is my own fate. My body gradually loses strength. Today, I put up a sign regarding Lionhouse's indefinite closure. A first since the day it opened. Good evening, my little slaves to fate, Diswa. Just hearing Parka's voice annoys me. Having been forcibly brought to the court of fate, all I care to do is stare at my own feet. My mind is elsewhere. Something doesn't seem right. Yeah, your face ain't right. Think that's it, you see? Yeah, don't shrug me off, asshole. You're in quite high spirits, aren't you? Will you be surprising me tonight, perhaps, Desuwa? He's bluffing. It's male 9. It's not even numeral 9, it's just male 9. That's really funny. What voice should we give him? What voice should we give him? What voice have we not used? Oh boy. Gonna need you two to quit acting like you own the joint. Mind letting me in on the fun now? I know I haven't been in any of the previous chapters or scenes, and I know that the only information y'all have that I even exist is Rinka having my regret, but I've been here the whole time, just off screen.
ちなみに俺も12番のお兄さんに1票だ。職業柄人の嘘には敏感でね。
Old 12's over there, right? Over there's right though. In my line of work, you can tell when people are fibbing.
探偵か何かか。
So you're a detective of sorts then? Perhaps an ultimate detective?
さあね、それは内緒さ。俺が不利になっちゃうのはお断り。
Sorry, bud. Gotta keep a few secrets around these parts. I'd hate to make things harder for myself, but I will say I know a thing or two about Radical 13.
たく、うるせえ連中だ。
I don't remember what
いい
voice
加
I
減
did
も
for
ういいだ
that
ろ。
anymore.
とっとと始めてくれ。
Christ, what is with you all and running your mouths? Let's just get started.
この連中の会話っての
Maybe
は
I made her
知
southern.
性
I
が
have
足り
no
なくてい
idea.
けね
I'm getting bored of how dumb you all sound.
言うね、マダム。
Quite the mouth, mademoiselle.
え。メルシー僕とでも答えておこうかい。ま、そこはセンキューの方がいいかな。
Should I say merci beaucoup or will a plain old thanks do the trick?
お好きな方でどうぞ。
Whichever you prefer. I don't like his eyes. This looks such an off-putting face. He's like,
かか、食えねえやつだが、歯ごたえは良さそうだ。
talk about shrewd. Not bad. Shut up. Just shut up already. I don't give a crap about any of this.
君は
Are you? Not even Miharu's voice can make me care. Nothing she says reaches to me.
賑やかなのは結構ですけれども、終わりがなさそうですわね。この辺りで始めますわよ、皆様。
As much as I enjoy the banter, I'd rather not have this drag on all night. Let us begin, shall we, Desuwa?
それでは、今宵も女神の選定を始めますわ。
Allow me to begin tonight's election, Desuwa.
回りなさい。運命の大時計。
Revolve, O Desuwa of fate. The clock begins its usual procedure, confirming each participant's intention for the night. I ignore it completely.
おやおやおや。
Goodness gracious. The clock finishes its revolution.
6度目の選定にして、ついに脱落者ゼロですわね。
6 elections in, and we finally have a night with 0 eliminations, Desuwa.
皆様が検討なさっている証拠なのでしょうか。
Should I take this as a sign that you're all faring well, Desuwa?
かもしれないね。
Maybe so.
それでは今宵の脱落者はなし。これをもって選定を終了といたしましょう。
It's like they were like, listen, we know we haven't introduced him at all yet, so we're really making up for lost time by having him talk a lot. Tonight's session resulted in 0 or no eliminations. I bid you all farewell for now, Desuwa. Divine selection continues, regardless of my emotional state. I'm dragged back to reality. Oop, there goes gravity from the dream world, in spite of my desire to never wake up. Wake me up when Naomi's alive. It's Monday, apparently, and it looks like it's raining. It's raining after all. School, who cares? Not like I have to go. We've got the day off. As if I care about that. I see Naomi's smile in my mind's eye. Memories of the coffee we made together here come back to me. As does the sweet taste of the cookies she would bring. I ruined all of that. Smothering myself in my blanket is my way of escaping reality. I hear someone ringing the door buzzer, but I ignore it. The same goes for my phone. Any movement at all requires more effort than I want to give. I don't care about anything anymore. Divine selection might as well be over for me. I'll just wait for someone to eliminate me, whether it be this week or next. Miharu won't do it, even if I ask her, though. But maybe Alan would. Rinny! A familiar voice rises above the sounds of the pouring rain. They must be shouting pretty loud for me to hear them up here, but I don't care. I closed my heart off once more.
ちゃんとお別れしなきゃダメだよ。
Oh, I thought she was gonna continue. You can't just shut yourself in. You've got to say a proper goodbye to her. I somehow drag myself over to and open the window, a choice that keeps me from attaining true scum status. True scum status? After I managed that, I forced myself to the town ceremony hall. I'm not quite sure how to approach Naomi's family, but I do manage to at least give them my condolences. They've all got different hairstyles. Also, like, half of Miharu's hair has suddenly vanished into her scrunchie. Now that I'm here, I realize there's a part of me that can act somewhat naturally, despite everything. It's probably that I wouldn't have bothered to attend Naomi's funeral if it wasn't for Mao. This is a place to say our farewells. Oh, they're both using scrunchies. Tears are shed by many, myself included. It's an odd experience. I almost feel like there are two sides to me. Inside of me, there are two Naomis. One is distraught, and the other feels nothing at all. The sobs that fill the venue drown out the sound of rain falling. A lot of Amisha students are here. Naomi's classmates, I'd wager. The role she took on for the culture festival must have played a big part, since she enrolled a mere 2 months ago. In that time, she touched everyone with her sincerity. And yet, at that very same culture festival is where she lost her life. I'm not even sure if I have the right to cry. She never would have died had I not gotten involved in divine selection. She never would have died if I hadn't brought her to Lionhouse to help her with the culture festival. No, she probably still would have. She never would have died had I not spoken to her that day in the library. Okay, yeah, that one probably. She wouldn't have died. She wouldn't have died. She wouldn't have died. I should have been the one to die, and I already died, but now I'm back to life. I'll never be able to get over this regret. I have nowhere to vent my despair. Sad doesn't even begin to describe the situation, not when someone like her dies so young. There's no doubt that everyone here wishes this were all a bad dream. I'm sure none of us have come to terms with reality, that Naomi is no longer a part of our lives. Even I haven't accepted it, despite being a witness to the event itself. Why did things turn out this way? If this is all due to fate, then there's nothing I despise more.
Naomi. Naomi!
Before I realized it, my two disparate sides merged back into one. I'm unable to hold back any longer. I weep openly in public.
ナオリン、ナオリン、うちだって悲しいよ。悲しくない人なんていない。
Naorin, you're not the only one who's sad, Rinny. None of us can believe she's gone. I don't know how to put her. Oh my god, none of us can believe that she's gone. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Naomi!
リンカ、僕は
Naomi's funeral ends in the blink of an eye. Lacking the will to eat, I dive right back into bed when I get home. I'm not sure when I fell asleep or what time I woke up. A distinct emptiness assaults me as soon as I do wake up, though. I dreamt of all the times I spent with Naomi. None of that means anything now. They're just past events. In this moment, I truly understand how it feels to have regrets that are lodged in the past. Things are moving along at the school. They're finally going to carry out investigations under the assumption that it was a terrorist attack. As such, it'll be closed for another week. That's perfect for me, considering it takes all my energy just to get out of bed. Under normal circumstances, I would have relied on my gran here, but it just so happens that the person she's taking care of collapsed on Saturday night. She's busy helping them.
一人で
I need to deal with this on my own. Another day passes by. Another day of me doing absolutely nothing. Is she wearing different clothes? No. The shorts just look blue with the box for some reason. I think her hair is different, though. I think it is a different sprite, or at least it's a different hair that they put on the sprite. I'm waiting for you to show up so we can learn his regret, and that way we can change the story and save the day or whatever. Mishima Miharu's course of action in the face of recent attacks is a stark contrast to that of Shishimai Rinka's. The despair displayed on Rinka's part has only served to fuel Miharu's determination. She may have found Naomi unpleasant, but at no point did she wish for things to play out as they did.
僕にできることをするさ。
See, where did all this hair go? Where did all this hair go? You can't tell me that she got all of that hair up in that one scrunchie. Like, where did it go? Where did it go? I'll do everything I can for her. While the high school portion of Ame-chan may be closed, the middle school and university campuses are operating like normal. This allows Miharu to make use of the library. Right now, her priority is to put everything into perspective. In this regard, numeral 4 is of the utmost priority. Miharu is aware of his real name, Yu! She overheard Rinka muttering it to herself before. She is also aware that he is the one responsible for Naomi's death, having planted bombs in that classroom. For whatever reason, he seems desperate for Rinka to kill him too.
この状況がどうなっているのかよくわからないよ。羊さんの死からこっち、さすがの僕も頭が働いていなかったからね。
I'm honestly not too sure about what's going on. I may not have been close with her, but Naomi's death is taking its toll on me as well. Today's the first day she truly begins to take divine selection seriously.
残念ながら僕だけではリンカの笑顔を取り戻せない。
As much as that pains me to admit, I'm incapable of bringing Rinka's smile back on my own. Miharu has no grasp whatsoever on Yu's background. Even so, she makes the decision to perform as much research as possible. Her claim that she would give her life for Rinka is no lie. She has no intention of it ever becoming a lie. She'll reveal the truth with the truth. If she has ever been sure about anything in her life, it is that. Should her actions fail to protect Rinka's smile, there's no point in taking them.
大事なことを見落としていたよ。くす。それに気づかせてくれたのだから、必ず君にもお礼を言わないといけないね。羊さん。
I suppose I have you to thank for allowing me to realize something important, Naomi. Miharu has very few cards pertaining to participants other than Rinka in her possession. Oh, interesting. While she may possess a keen intellect, she is but a mere high school student. Without a reliable source, all she can do is rely on newspapers, books, and the internet. Numeral 4, name, Yu. Numeral 9, regret. This is the man who spoke for the first time during the 6th election. Numeral 12, name, Alan. And finally, numeral 12, cause of death. This is all the information she has pertaining to participants other than Rinka and herself. You notice how they very conveniently did not list what Alan's cause of death was? Like, she knows what it is, and they very conveniently did not list what it was. We have you, name, you, regret. We know this one because we have this card. Name, Alan. But then cause of death, nothing. While she does have an idea regarding numeral 11's regret, she's been unable to obtain a card out of it thus far. Of the remaining participants, Alan seems the ideal target, considering he's already eliminated 3 others. The only issue is that his regret remains a mystery to her, plus the fact that she's yet to meet him face to face. That said, researching him is easier than the others comparatively, due to his celebrity status. He's been featured in several magazine interviews and TV shows. Apparently he's from an area in southern India where English is the primary language. In that case, all she has to do is look up and translate any words or phrases she doesn't understand.
ユウのことは気になるけど、まだ情報がなさすぎる。
I'm curious about you, but there are too many unknown factors surrounding him right now. Having found her priorities, Miharu begins her research. Determined as she may be, she cannot afford to lose sight of the bigger picture, and thus begins Miharu's quest for information. You. On her way off campus, Miharu notices the silhouette of an unfamiliar man. She errs on the side of caution and takes a different route in order to keep her distance from him.
Yeah, 元気かい?
Hi there, how you doing? He opts to call out to her anyway. Miharu doesn't respond. Instead, she allows him to approach while staying on guard. As she does so, she finally recognizes him. It's numeral 9.
怖がっているわけじゃなさそうだ。そうだな。動揺していないアピールでもしてるって
He looks like Carlos. Well, Carlos didn't have facial hair. Kinda looks like Carlos. I think his name is Carlos in ZTD. Well, you sure don't look scared? Or maybe you're just trying to impress me with a stoic act? Carlos did not sound like this, though.
どちらでも構わないよ。僕の名前から場所を特定はできないはずだ。
I'll leave it to your imagination. As far as I'm aware, you shouldn't be able to find me by using my name. Hebinata Miharu doesn't exist, technically. You may be able to link the name to Mishima Miharu when looking through Amacha's records, but that is no simple task. In that case, he may have been waiting for Rinka. It's possible he received her name card during the initial distribution. Miharu quickly realizes that isn't the case though. It was numeral 8 who received that card, and she has already been eliminated. She was eliminated by Alan, so numeral 9 being in possession of the card would make little sense. This leads Miharu to another conclusion.
もしかして君は僕の未練を持っているのではないかい？
You wouldn't happen to have my regret card, would you?
そこまで察しがいいと損の方が多いんじゃないかな。
Sharp, aren't you? Sharp, aren't you? Though that probably works against you more than you'd like.
君の未練には驚かされたけれど、そのおかげでこの高校を特定することができたのさ。
Gotta admit, your regret sure took me by surprise, but thanks to that, I managed to find this place.
とはいえ、今はその凛花獅子舞とは仲違いしているようだけど。
Although it seems like you parted ways with that Rinka girl.
選定初期に君たちが知り合いだということは分かっていたからね。このアメ茶女子高校に在籍している生徒を調べさせてもらった。
I could tell you two were acquainted back when Divine Selection first kicked off. That's why I made sure to look up all the students there.
ミハル・ヘビナタという生徒はいなかったけれど、ミハルという生徒がいた。顔を見れば一発でわかるさ。
I didn't find anyone named Hebinata Miharu, but I did find a Miharu. Making the link while knowing what you look like is pretty easy.
一体何をご所望しているのかな？凛花とはすでに決別しているけど、他の参加者に情報を教えるつもりはないよ。
I almost did it his way. I almost went, I certainly hope you're not expecting me to give you information pertaining to Rinka. We may no longer be friends, but I have every intention of keeping such things to myself.
わかってるよ。俺が凛花を脱落させたら、君の情報を知られるリスクがあることくらい。
Don't worry, I know. You'd be at risk if I eliminated her. Miharu's involuntary reflexes shoot him a glare. How could she not, after someone dares bring up the idea of eliminating Rinka? He doesn't quite interpret it that way, though.
もっと勘違いはしないでくれよ。俺は今のところ君を脱落させる気はないんだ。
Hey now, don't get the wrong idea. I got no intention of eliminating you for the time being.
俺は君と交渉しに来たのさ。君は一度11番の女性を出し抜いたことがあったよね。
I'm here to negotiate. You managed to get the upper hand against numeral 11 before, yeah?
それを見込んだんだ。意味がわかるね。
That's what led me here. I trust you know what I'm getting at?
まさかとは思うけれど、協力を持ちかけているのかな？
Are you genuinely suggesting that we cooperate? Why now of all times?
俺は状況を静観していたんだ。放っておけばある程度までは人数が減るだろうからね。
I've been keeping a watchful eye on the situation so far, but it's mainly because I figured the numbers would dwindle even if I kept out of it. His approach sounds similar to Miharu's. He may actually be cunning, despite his attitude.
誰も脱落しない回を待とうと決めていたんだ。膠着状態になったら動き出すとね。
I made it a point to wait until we made it through a week without anyone being elected. Once that happened, I figured it'd be time to act.
3回目くらいでそういう機会は来ると思っていたけど。思ったよりもずっと女神の選定というのは激しかったようだ。
I expected it to happen around 3 elections in, but nope. Divine Selection has been way more intense than anticipated.
なるほど。 君の話は納得できないものではなさそうだ。だけどまだ君に協力するとは言えないよ。
Well, you talk some sense at least. Unfortunately, I can't agree to work with you just yet.
俺の情報を知りたいとかかな。
You hoping for some info or something?
そうだね。僕は君のことを全く知らない。対して僕は君に使命も未練も握られている。
You do know far more about me than I do about you, which is to say, absolutely nothing.
この状態で協力関係というのは難しいんじゃないかな。
Expecting me to cooperate with you under such circumstances is pushing it, no? Mihadu decides to lie through her teeth. In reality, she already knows his cause of death. Telling him she knows nothing seems like the best way to make things proceed smoothly.
俺が正直にミハルの情報を持っていることを明かしたことじゃ不足かい？
Ain't it enough that I admitted to having info on you?
死因さえ調べれば君を脱落させられるぞとも聞こえるよ。
It almost feels like you're threatening that you could eliminate me with ease if you looked into my cause of death.
おや失礼。そんな意図は全くなかったんだ。とはいえ、俺もさすがに自身のカードを明かすわけにはいかない。
Oops, not what I was going for, trust me. Though, I can't just give away my own info either.
ここらで俺の本音を話すということで納得してもらえないかな？
Think I could convince you by telling you what I think of this whole charade instead?
確約はできないけれど聞こう。
I won't make any promises, but feel free. Noticing her take a step closer toward him, numeral 9 continues.
俺はこの選定が間違っていると思っているんだ。
My honest opinion is that everything about divine selection is wrong.
君も分かっているだろう。この選定は他人を犠牲にすることを厭わない人間が多く混ざっている。
You know how many participants there are who have no qualms with sacrificing others for their own means, don't you?
相手を脱落させれば選定期間中の行動がなかったことになるのをいいことに、選定の参加者ではない人間に暴力を振るったり、人質にとって脅迫したりというのが横行している。
They take advantage of the fact that everything will be undone once they eliminate someone by harming non-participants or using them as hostages.
この行為は悪だ。
Such actions are, without a doubt, evil.
極めつけは土曜日の事件だ。
What happened on Saturday proves it.
知っているんだね。
So, you're aware of what happened?
女神の選定との関与を疑わない方がどうかしているだろう。
Isn't it weird not to question why people like that get to take part in the first place?
4番の少年は無国籍テロ集団通称ヌルと関係があるという仮説が出ている。
There's even talk about numeral 4 being linked to the terrorist group Null.
この学校を狙った意味はまだ分かっていないが、人が集まるライブ会場なんかも無差別に狙う連中だ。人さえいればいいのかもしれない。
I'm not sure why they'd target this place, but they're the kind of folks who aim for crowded places like concert venues. They're satisfied just knowing there'll be plenty of victims.
もっとも俺は君たちがアメ茶に通っているからこそ選定参加者への宣戦布告をしたのだと思っているよ。
As far as I'm concerned, it's entirely possible they wanted to make a statement to YouTube by going after your school.
報復しなければこうなると。もっと被害を拡大させるとでも言いたいのかな。夢の世界で4番の少年はだんまりだから不気味だ。
It could be their way of saying they'll keep this up as long as you two don't surrender. Numeral 4's creepy silence in the dream world doesn't help things. Mihadu's eyes widen when she hears that. She never expected to walk away with this, clues leading to Numeral 4's identity. Null is a terrorist group that operates on a global scale. So little is known about them. So little is known about them that it's common for smaller, unrelated groups to use their name for recognition.
不幸中の幸い。死者は一人で済んだらしいけど、人数なんて関係ない。
The right side's that there's only one casualty, but the number of victims isn't important here.
なあ、話がそれてしまったね。俺が言いたいことはもう分かったかな。
Oops, got a bit off track. You know where I'm going with this, don't you? He continues to speak, his tone serious, his accent not so much.
俺は
My
正義
accent
の
at
人
least.
がこの選定で生き残らなければいけないと思っている。
Ah, I see. The only people who deserve to make it through this are those on the side of justice.
それが君なのか俺なのか
It's not
君
the
の友
follow-up I
人
thought
の
it was.
凛かなのかはわからないだが今までの行動から考えてその3人以外は考えられないだろう
I can't say whether that's myself, you, or your old buddy Rinka, but based on everyone's actions so far, I can't think of anyone else.
それに君の方が俺よりも生きるべき人間だと判断したら勝ちは譲るつもりでもいるさ
I have every intention of letting you win should I come to the conclusion that you deserve to live. Not only is he making sense, but he doesn't seem tricky to deal with. Of course, she isn't foolish enough to believe that everything he says is the truth. The fact remains that numerals 3, 4, 11, and 12 are all formidable foes. He may serve as a means towards their elimination. It bears mentioning that his beliefs on this whole matter mean nothing to her, especially when Rinko was among the 3 names he just brought up. What's most important to her right now is the possibility of obtaining more information on numeral 4 through him.
どうだい俺と協力関係を結ばないかい
So, how about it? Fancy joining up with me?
君を全て信用したわけではないけれど、僕にとって悪くはないかもしれないね。
I'd be lying if I said I trust you completely, but doing so doesn't seem like a bad deal for me. With a quick huff, she continues her act. Ideally, she'll get as much information on numeral 4 as she can right away, but that's unlikely.
いいよ。君と協力する。ただし、僕が関係を破棄した方がいいと判断したら、いつでもそうさせてもらうよ。
Fine, I'll cooperate. Just keep in mind that I have every intention of breaking ties with you when I deem it appropriate.
わかったもちろん最後まで信用してもらえるよう努力はするけどねそれが落としどころなら文句は言わない
Got it. I'll do what I can to prove I'm trustworthy, but I'm fine with that compromise.
早速だが実は他にも協力者がいてねついてきてほしい
Let's get down to business to defeat the numeral. I've actually got another accomplice, so follow me. His statement leaves Miharu curious. Is it someone unrelated to divine selection? While it's dangerous for her to follow him while knowing so little about him, she risks losing his trust should she refuse. He may be one to keep an eye on, but he's also not likely to betray her so fast. With that in mind, she makes sure her phone has plenty of battery remaining before following him. Eventually, they reach a bar in Shinjuku's Kabukicho district named Milk Crown. It's not the sort of place one should enter in a school uniform, but Miharu seems unfazed, likely thanks to her job working at a maid cafe. Miharu figures he won't betray her right away. She quickly realizes how wrong that assumption is.
てめえ、他の仲間を連れてくるとは言っていたが、なかなかふざけてるじゃねえか。
Didn't you say you were gonna bring another accomplice? The hell's with her then?
おいこいつ違いねえよな
Nah, hold on. I know that face, you see?
君は、
Why
君
are
たちは。
you here? They're the only customers in the small bar. Both are already drinking something. One drink is the color of oak, and the other is pink. Miharu is used to serving alcohol at her job, so she can tell that one is whiskey and the other is some sort of cocktail. Granted, their drinks are inconsequential to the situation at hand. Both parties expected numeral 9's accomplice to be someone unrelated to divine selection, it seems.
後で説明するよ
I'll explain later. Oh, I'll explain later, he whispers to Miharu, although she has already gotten the general grasp of the situation.
おいスチールこれどういうことだこいつは見張るヘビナット俺たちの敵じゃねえのかよ
I like that. Wait, I want to listen to this again.
おいスチールこれどういうことだこいつは見張るヘビナット俺たちの敵じゃねえのかよ
I can't tell if he's like surprised or if this is like an intentional thing where he's saying Miharu Hevinata because he's Italian. And so even though they're all good, like he's speaking in Italian and it just gets translated because of divine selection. And maybe it doesn't well, I don't know. Theoretically, it should rearrange the things, but maybe that's just like a quirk or something of how the translate feature works. Or they're just trying to like emphasize the fact that he's speaking a different language or like isn't a native Japanese speaker. Yeah, wanna explain yourself, Steel? You know full well that Hebinata Mihanu is our enemy.
うっさいフェデリーコ。チッタ落ち着けよ。
Shut it, Federico. How come you always get so worked up?
おい、スチールと違って俺のは本名なんだぞ。気軽に名前を呼んでんじゃねえぞ、オデット。
Damn it, Odette. Don't call me by my real name when you're using a fake one for stealing it, see?
そいつは失礼したぜ。ムッシュ・カルミナーティ。
My apologies, Monsieur Combinati.
オデット、てめえ。
Man, you're gonna pay for that, see?
賑やかで悪いな、ジョーちゃん。私はオデット・マランソンだ。
Sorry about the racket, young lady. I'm Odette Melancon. I don't know what
ま
voice
さ
I'm
か
gonna do
こ
for
んな
her.
ところで会うとは思わなかったが、私らはこのスチールってうさんくさいやつから協力関係を持ちかけられたんだ。
Gotta admit, I wasn't expecting you to meet you here. Us two were minding our own business when this guy came up to us and asked to cooperate.
あんたたち、一体どういう了見だ？
What do you two think you're doing? Scale?
俺が聞きてえよ。
Yeah, you ain't got no right to say that.
ミハルって言ったな。あの時、私は随分驚かされたもんだ。
Your name's Mihadu, right? Sure took me by surprise way back when.
どう答えればいいのかわからないよ。マダム・マランソン。
I'm not quite sure how to respond to that, Madame Melancon.
そ
I
の
think
顔
she
じ
said
ゃ
Melanson
随
or
分動
something.
揺してるみたいじゃねえか。
I'm gonna keep calling her Melancon.
満足だ。
Looks like the situation's taking you by surprise at least. Good enough for me.
これで4度目の時の借りを返せたってところかな。オデットでいい。そこに座りな。
Let's call it even
ま
with
ずは
that.
話し
Oh.
てみないと何もわからないだろ。せっかく来たんだ。一杯くらいおごるぜ。
Let's call it even with that. So, have a seat. How about we talk things over a drink, my treat, and just call me Odette. I don't know what I'm
ア
gonna
ル
do
コ
for
ー
her
ルは遠
voice.
慮するよ。僕は未成年だからね。そうだな。ならミルクでもいただけるかい？
I'm still a minor, so I'll pass with anything with alcohol. May I have some milk instead?
日本の高校生ってのは真面目だね。ま、いいだろう。
Damn, high school kids in this country are so uptight. Whatever. I have no idea what I'm gonna do for her voice. We need a new voice, and I don't really want to take away the I'm walking here voice away from the mysterious god. Mihadu makes her way toward the bar, her heart thumping faster and faster. Doki doki. She may be calm and composed. She may be, but more often than not. But a situation like this does not allow for that. She's nervous, but on the surface she looks calm and ready to spit bars, but she keeps on forgetting what she wrote down. The whole crowd goes. Try as she might to find the right way to act, the answer continues to elude her. The information she has committed to memory regarding Odette is of no help either. She's impossible to read face to face. Steele does not control the situation. She does.
ま、これでミハルによく似た女じゃないってことは証明されたか。若干だが、カードブックの光が漏れてたぜ。私らの使命のカードがちゃんと増えてるはずだ。
Do I have another Odette voice? I don't know. The problem is, if I do the same thing I do with Mao with Odette, just like going for a very specific thing, it then falls flat. Like I can always go like, anyway, now that we know you're not some broad who looks like Mihadu, it was right? But it doesn't work when she's like saying something not in that tone. Like the snarky thing doesn't really work and she's not speaking like that. It was faint, but I noticed the light shining in your bag. You should have both our name cards now.
そのために編んだことを。
Is that what the whole charade was for?
だけじゃないさ。なあ、スティールさんよ。
No way. Ain't that right, Steele?
ここで俺に話題を振るのかい？
Putting me in a tricky spot, aren't you?
たった一人しか生きられないこの女神の選定で協力しようって話をしてんだ。信頼が大事なのはわかるだろ？
You're the one who brought up cooperation, knowing that only one of us will survive this. I'm sure you understand just how critical trust is here. I might go for a variation and just not go as heavy with the twang.
勝利条件の一つである名前をな。あとはわかるな。おっとジョーちゃん、ミルクだ。
We gave you our names, which just so happens to be vital to one's success. I assume you know where I'm going with this. Here's your milk. Here's your milk. Odette's approach does not feel like she's pressuring anyone. She simply asks in a calm and even tone, almost swirling her glass of whiskey. Mihadu takes this as an opportunity to judge her character. She figures that Odette is not all brawn and no brains, based on what she heard from Sonia, but she never expected her to be this hearty and talkative. Once Odette hands off the milk, Mihadu drifts in some syrup and takes a sip.
OK だ。俺の名前も教えよ
If it's my name you want, it's my name you'll get.
物分かりが良くて助かるぜ。ここで渋ったら、てめえを次の標的にしなくちゃいけなかったからな。
I have no idea. That makes life easier. You'd have been our next target if you'd hesitated now. I have no idea. Meh.
勝手に自分で決めやがって。こいつか
Maybe I
三原
should
が
just
俺
take
たち
away
の情報
the
を持ってたら
I'm
どうする
walking
つもりだっ
here
たんだ
voice away from the guy and give it to Odette. Yeah, Christ, how selfish can you get? What you did done if either of them had already had our info.
そん時はま、次の選定までにジョーちゃんたちのカードを集めればいいだけだ。さあ兄ちゃん、
I think I am gonna
て
do
めえ
it.
の名前を教えな。
Easy. We'd have uncovered their info before the next election. Anyway, time to spill the beans. Numeral 9 takes a deep breath before opening his mouth.
俺はスケール・ジョーンズ。職業やらは内緒だが、血液型は O 型だ。これでいいか
Name's Scale Jones. Can't tell you my occupation, but my blood type's O. That good enough for you?
かか、上等だ。
That'll do. Mihadu's card book shines the moment he reveals his name. It serves as proof he's telling the truth. Odette downs the rest of her whiskey before demanding another glass. Mihadu may not have had any alcohol before, but she is aware that whiskey is at least 40% proof. The smell alone is enough to put off most people her age, but seeing Odette gulp it down without issue gives her a genuine shock.
おい、フェデリーコ。日本製のウイスキーってのもいけるぜ。お前もどうだ
Yo, Federico, Japan's whiskey ain't bad. Want some?
いいんだよ。たまには甘いカクテルも飲みたいんだ。もっとも、この店にはろくなワインがなかったからなんだけどよ。
Nah, that's not his voice. Yeah, nah, I'm good. Sometimes I just want to enjoy a nice and sweet cocktail. Well, mainly because they don't got no good wine here, see?
俺も何かいただこうかな。強いの。
Maybe I should get something too. Something strong. There's a pang of anxiety in Scale's voice as he orders a drink that Mihadu is unfamiliar with. A wave of relief washes over him as he takes a swig. Seeing that, Mihadu comes to understand what people mean when they say they need a drink to get by. No normal person could keep up with someone like Odette. Federico seems to be hiding in her shadow, but he's not normal either, based on how composed he is, despite being around her. Mihadu keeps her mind occupied in this manner as a way to keep her as a means to keep her wits about her.
さあ、ジョーちゃん。兄ちゃんにどう言われてここまで来たのかは知らないが、メンツを見たらどういうことか察しはつくよな。
I don't know how we managed to drag you all this way, but I assume you get the gist of things based on the people gathered here.
性格が悪いやつだ。こいつこうやって組む価値があるかを値踏みしてるんだぜ。
Yeah, that guy is using this as a way to see who's worth teaming up with. Talk about twisted, you see.
忠告ありがとうと言っておこうかな、フェデリーコさん。でも、心配いらないよ。僕もそれくらいはわきまえているさ。
Thank you for the warning, but there's no need to worry. I'm aware of his tactics.
スケールさん、この連合は4番の少年を脱落させるためのものではない。
You didn't gather us here to eliminate numeral 4.
僕たちは目下アラン・スコーピオンの脱落を目的とする。間違いないかい？
So I assume our target is none other than Alan Scorpion, correct?
素晴らしい。
That's not That's not his voice. Yeah, spectacular. He seems to be enjoying himself more than he was a few minutes ago. Mihadu cannot help but wonder if the alcohol has started to do its job already. Yeah, see? Oh, they're in the blue room. Blue and yellow. This must be Federico. Me and Odette were staying in a hotel in Japan when the 6th election took place.
初の脱落者なしだったな。
This is the first time we came out of an election without any elimination. See? And I feel like this is also the perfect place to end this stream. I feel like we got through. Where are we? Let me check the summary. We're now in week 7-1. We finished week 6, I believe. Maybe I think we actually finished. Yeah, we were at. We were a little bit into the end. We finished the last bit of week 5, and then we did all of week 6. So now we're in week 7-1. So I feel like this is a good place to stop it. Let me make a save. Yeah. I want to keep going on, but I also don't. At the same time, I don't know. I do think we could get through it a lot faster if I just muted the game. Like if I just turned off the voiceover, and just like was like, no, we're done. We're done. No more voices. Stop voices. But I don't really want to do that because I feel like we're missing something. We're missing something. We lose out on a little thing. So instead, I'll double my playtime by waiting for them to say all their lines and then repeating them. But this is it for today's installment of Fatal 12. Now it's only the it is only the Fatal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's only the Fatal 7. So yeah, we're at Fatal 7, and then we got like a bonus -1 because Naomi isn't a participant, but she is in fact dead, and eventually I assume 4 will die. What I thought was maybe gonna happen is that when Rinka showed up to the classroom, I thought that he would tell Rinka, like you would tell Rinka what his regret was, so then she would have all the cards. But I guess not. I thought that was going to be what they were going towards. I mean, that's still ultimately the end goal, right? Eliminate him, and then she comes back to life, I guess. But I wonder. As for other things, I do have to finish World and Syndrome. I think we only have 2 routes, because if I recall correctly, we finished Mimi's route last time when we all got stabbed again. So things are heating up. I think we only have Yukino and Mew left. So gotta finish that. And I think those are the only 2 things I have ongoing right now that have any chance of seeing the light of day. I know we have Mamiya, but honestly, I don't know. I keep going back and forth on whether or not I just want to play Mamiya off stream. As for everything else, as much as I want to start Virtue/Reward, because I think it's a funny game, and I want to complain about all of the walking that happens and like all the time spent in the walking animation and not actually doing the game, but instead just watching as a little blip on the map moves around, because they just force a walk animation and it's not even just like a walking animation. It's like if you're going from a room on one part of the map to like a room on the other side, you have to go through the animation of going through every single room. You can't just like have a fade away and then appear in the new room. You have to watch as on the map you go through every single room. And I get that it's probably done to make it so you have a better idea of where things are. It helps you like know what rooms are connected to what rooms and like where the hallways are. It just gets really annoying after like the 30th time it happens. but I don't want to start Virtue's Last Reward until we finish Fatal 12. I'm not starting another visual novel while we have 2 open. And aside from that, we're gonna keep doing SMP on Fridays. Eventually, I want to do, this might even be separate from SMP, but I want to play Bloodborne, so expect to see that sometime. And depending on what the thoughts are, as for future collabs, I have the Maze Runner special map thing that we could try in Minecraft. I'll have to double check, make sure I can get that all set up. But the other thing was Peanut Gallery Danganronpa, which I think could be really fun. As far as I'm aware, I'm the only one that's ever played the games, and I remember who did what, but not how they did it, so that'll be fun. But as far as I'm aware, Brian, Kawa, and Dawn have never played Danganronpa, so they'll all be blind, and it'll be decent fun. If I had my choice of doing things, I would just directly start with either Super Danganronpa 2, or I would just do V3. The problem is, you really need to play Danganronpa 1 to play 2 and 3. As much as I would love to just play 2, or start with 3 or something like that, you really have to play 1 if you're gonna play 2. It will not make sense if you don't play 1 before 2. And you can technically play 3 or V3 all by itself without playing 1 or 2, but it really is a lot better if you play the first 2 games, because they have some little references and stuff like that to the previous games, like some flavor text and stuff like that. So I think it's just a lot funnier if you have played the first 2 games, and when someone says something a certain way, or when you look at something in one of the rooms and there's certain text, and you go, ah ha ha, I get it, this is a reference to this. So if we do that, I think we'll start with 1. It's unfortunate, I think 1 is the weakest game out of all of them, but it is a necessary evil to get the full Danganronpa experience. I could just explain some of the stuff, but it's just not as good as knowing it yourself. But anyway, thank you for watching today's stream of me looking at the popularity poll in Nikkei and then playing a bunch of Fatal 12. I have no idea what I'm gonna title the next stream, but I do know that thanks to Kawa and I's lengthy discussion, I am gonna make a new YouTube channel, and that's where I'm gonna be putting the Uso Natsu videos. I'm not gonna stream it. I might have considered streaming it, but we'd previously come to a conclusion that Uso Natsu was the one that was elected to be a non-stream series, and so I will be recording that on my own time and uploading that on YouTube, probably in chunks. I don't know quite how long. And then if I do end up finishing Raincode, that's where that will be. Also, there's a new Somnium Files game coming out, so I might play the first game, since I own both of them, just to catch up. I would definitely stream that. So we need to finish not Uso Natsu. We need to finish Fatal 12 before that happens. I'll probably push back VLR just to do Somnium Files, just so to go through it again. I would 100% stream Somnium Files rather than record it, just because I don't see a lot of point in recording videos for Somnium Files, since I've already played the game. I know what happens. I think instead the value in streaming it again with the new one coming out would be the live reactions to just the wild things in that first game, because it's a weird game and it's got a really cool story, but it's got some real like slapstick moment. Like Nirvana Initiative had some stuff like that, but it was not nearly as like campy as the first game. So that would be that. And as always, I'm waiting for Paper Lily. But anyway, thank you all for watching the stream. When I make the channel, it's not made yet. I'll put out a thing, so it'll be on Twitter, and I'll probably put like an announcement in Discord, and I'll link it in some of the videos on the channel. But yeah, it's just to have a separate thing. The videos are going to be edited more than obviously the streams, which I don't edit at all. I just upload them, and the highlight videos. So there's going to be a bit more. I'm going to try to put a bit more production into the Let's Plays than the streams, seeing as they are not live and are recorded. I'll have a bit more freedom they'll probably all be full screen too, since I have the freedom to separately record the games and YouTube Studio. I mean, I could do it here too. It would just look really weird because you'd end up with a really wide video format, and the recording, I just don't have to worry about that. But anyway, thank you all for watching. That announcement will be made somewhere. It's not just going to appear out of the blue, and after I do it, I'll mention it in the next stream. So if that's something that you're interested in, watch out for it. If you're interested in watching me play Usanatsu and potentially some other games, I might upload some other stuff to it. Maybe I might do Corpse Factory too. We still have that kicking around. So the main plan for now is going to be Usanatsu and maybe Raincode, but I might play some other games as well. I might just upload some other just like generic stuff. I do have Yakuza Kiwami, so maybe I'll play that. I have it. I got it. I don't even know how long ago. Does it tell me? Does Steam tell me when I got the game? I don't think it does. But anyway, I got it a long time ago. I've never played it once. I've never even installed it. It's still just sitting in my library. But that might be something. I don't know. But definitely Usanatsu, and that's, I think, maybe it. I definitely am not going to... I think I've made the decision. I'm just not going to stream X. Like, I might stream it. Like, I might play X on stream. But I'm not going to be streaming me playing X. It just might be something I'll pull out every now and again to play on stream. But I'm not going to be, like, doing the whole story and everything. Anyway, thank you all for watching. I'm just going to stop the stream because the only thing I can do now is reiterate the things I've been saying for the last, like, 10 minutes. So, yeah, thank you all for watching. When we do Fatal 12 next time, I'm definitely not doing Federico's voice the entire time when he does his internal monologue. That is not going to be happening. So if you hate his voice, good news, you'll only hear it for maybe half of his dialogue instead of all of his dialogue. But I will see you then. Goodbye.